Only with the advent of Christianity did the libidinal, instinctive movement for freedom resurge, not only as a Gnosticism, but also as a radical interpretation of canonical ideals. Even seemingly orthodox Christian communities exhibited these communistic and fervently millenarial qualities, which were to unsettle Western society for centuries. Apostolic deeds were used against the ecclesiastical word, the one as bluntly secular, the other as cunningly divine. The covenant of justice, Old Testament law, was transmuted into the covenant of freedom as practiced by the early Christian congregations that apparently existed in ancient Judea before the fall of Jerusalem. Christianity's mixed message can be grouped into two broad and highly conflicting systems of belief. On one side, there was a radical, activistic, communistic, and libertarian vision of the Christian life largely drawn from the Jamesian Church in Jerusalem. On the other side, there was a conservative, quietistic, materially unworldly, and hierarchical vision that seems to derive from the Pauline Church in Rome. The radical interpretation of a devout life and Christian eschatology may have had even more canonical support than the conservative, despite the Roman Church's apparent purging of the New Testament to remove the radical ideals of its Jamesian progenitors. Apostolic Christianity advances a vision of the earliest community of believers that stands sharply at odds with the surrounding Roman world. Communal sharing, communism, is one of its most outstanding features. According to Acts, all that believed were together and had all things in common, and they sold their possessions and goods and parted them all according as every man had need. As if to reinforce this view of the Christian life, the Gospel intones, quote, "And the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and of one soul. Not one of them said that all of the things which he possessed was his own, but they had all things in common." End quote. If we take this description of the early Christian community literally, and there is no reason why we shouldn't, the first believers practiced not merely communism, but usufruct. The Pauline Church in Rome reinforced this apostolic account. Barnabas, circa 130, in his epistle to the Christians, made the gospel message a practical injunction. The true believer should, quote, "communicate in all things with thy neighbour, and shall not call things thine own." End quote. Justin the Martyr, circa 100 to 165, urged that the redeemed, quote, "who loveth the path to riches and possessions above any other, now produce what he have in common and give to everyone who needs." End quote. Tertullian, circa 160 to 230, already faced with radical heresies that were to rend the church of his day, nevertheless emphasized that, quote, "we acknowledge one all-embracing commonwealth, the world." End quote. Having cited the Christian doctrine of a universal humanitas, as distinguished from a parochial folk or a selected elite, a distinction he apparently found is still necessary to make, Tertullian then declared that Christians were, quote, one in mind and soul. We do not hesitate to share all our earthly goods with one another. All things are common among us but our wives. End quote. Although the church dealt with such descriptions, possibly by admonitions, very warily, these it probably could not expunge. Apparently, the Acts and the writings of the Church Fathers, cited here, were too well known to be suppressed or reduced to apocryphal writings. The Church encountered similar problems in dealing with the Gospel of Matthew, in ritual and language the most Judaic of the New Testament writings, and with the Gospels of Mark and Luke, both of which reveal strong biases against wealth and proprietary proclivities. No less important are the apocalyptic visions advanced in Matthew and particularly in Revelation. These visions of the last days, together with similar prophecies in the Old Testament, attained immense popularity among the early Christian congregations and surged up as an explosive program for heretical tendencies and movements during the Reformation. Matthew's Gospel is wrenched by anger. Jesus comes not to, quote, abolish the law or the prophets, but to complete them, end quote. Pacific though Jesus may be, he warns the disciples, quote, do not suppose I have come to bring peace to the earth. It is not peace I have to bring, but the sword, end quote. Vipers, the wrath of the kingdom to come, vengeance. All these terms rise up angrily in the text, as much from the mouth of Jesus as from that of John the Baptizer, a figure apparently modelled on Amos, whose God is a barn burner, to use Bloch's expression. Revelation or Apocalypse, the original Greek title, is chiliastic to the core. Its fiery symbolism aside, it predicts the last days in terms of the total annihilation of the Roman Empire, to be followed by the second coming of Jesus, the raising of the devout from the dead, and a utopian heaven on earth in the form of a new Jerusalem. To the early Christians, the apocalypse and the second coming, with its ensuing millennium, were not spiritual metaphors or remote events. They were earthly and imminent. The all-encompassing renunciation that Jesus demands of his disciples would be meaningless if the throne of glory, with its promise of repayment 100 times over, and its reward of eternal life, were not close at hand. The huge stakes advanced by both parties in this cosmic bargain, on one side, the heart-wrenching humiliation and crucifixion, on the other, the loss of houses, brothers, sisters, father, mother, children or land, could hardly be expected to end in a paltry and remote dispensation. Nor could the early Christian congregations be asked to look forward to less. Norman Cohn has pieced together the various apocalyptic fantasies of the Christian congregations during the first few centuries of persecution into a paradigm that was to haunt the church and guide the revolutionary eschatological movements of the oppressed for centuries to come. According to this vision, quote, the world is dominated by an evil, tyrannous power of boundless destructiveness, a power, moreover, which is imagined not as simply human but as demonic. the tyranny of that power will become more and more outrageous, the suffering of its victims more and more intolerable, until suddenly the hour will strike when the saints of God are able to rise up and overthrow it. Then the saints themselves, the chosen holy people, who hitherto had groaned under the oppressor's heel, shall in their turn inherit dominion over the whole earth. This will be the culmination of history. The kingdom of the saints will not only surpass in glory all previous kingdoms, but it will have no successors. End quote. To this paradigm must be added a number of vital eschatological visions that are essentially utopian. The saints of God are a devout earthly people, not necessarily divine otherworldly personages, and they will be led by a holy Messiah with miraculous powers. The earthly kingdom of God will be a world of plenty in which, according to the vision of Lactantius, a Christian proselytizer of the 4th century, quote, "The earth shall bear all fruits without man's labour. Honey in abundance shall drip from the rocks, fountains of milk, and wine shall burst forth. The beasts of the forests shall put away their wildness and become tame. No longer shall any animal live by bloodshed, for God shall supply all with abundant and guiltless food." End quote. Thus Christianity, during many of its wayward pagan accretions, was to acquire not only a large calendar of saints and miraculous achievements, but also, in terms of folk appeal, the ancient land of Cocaigne. Yet, by no means does this paradigm yield more than an ascetic social quietism, one that initially recruits martyrs for the church rather than warriors. The oppressed who joined the early Christian congregations shaped their fantasies in the form of miracles, not muscular conflicts. The mentality of the ancient slave and of impoverished country and city folk left an indelible mark of resignation on the new religion. Unsettling as the early Christian imagery of a vengeful second coming may have been to the masters of the Roman world, these Christians lived in a world of portents and omens. Tertullian, for example, tells us of a wondrous vision that had been reported. Every morning for 40 days a walled city was seen in the sky of Judea, clearly signifying that the heavenly Jerusalem would shortly descend to the earth. Patently, the second coming was clearly at hand, indeed imminent. After 2 centuries of passive waiting, however, such miraculous notions of the apocalypse had been worn to shreds. A new note began to appear in Achilleastic literature. The Latin poet Commodianus advanced a more militant, activistic concept of the apocalypse, based upon violence and crusading zealotry. To Commodianus, the saints were warriors, not mere penitents. They were free, with the deity's consent, to loot and devastate wantonly. After much battling back and forth between the heavenly hosts and the forces of Antichrist, the holy folk would win over the evil ones and enjoy the rewards of immortality in their new Jerusalem. These consolingly material rewards included not only eternal life, but also freedom from the burdens of age, inclement weather, and the ascetic life. The saints could marry and have children, the earth would be rejuvenated, and the holy ones would enjoy its rich material bounty. The double meaning of these chiliastic visions did not escape the eyes of the Church Fathers. Augustinian Christianity ruthlessly purged the now established religion of its millenarian fantasies by turning them into spiritual allegories, the device par excellence that the Church was to use repeatedly against any undesirable literal interpretations of the Bible. To Augustine, the Second Coming had essentially arrived with the establishment of the Church. Official Christianity elevated the vision of an earthly paradise to heaven, and suppressed as heresies any departure from its otherworldly focus. Not that the earthly world could be left to its own ways. Christ, as well as the Church, would intercede to transform it. But the Second Coming was off in the distant future, when the Church's custody of the earth and its task of sorting out the holy from the irredeemable ones had been completed. The chiliastic visions of a new Jerusalem, however, did not disappear. They were driven underground, only to surface again with the changing social conditions that layered the Middle Ages, often acquiring increasingly radical traits. During their long history, these visions branched off into two types of social movements, the ascetic and the hedonistic, that later intersected very visibly during the Reformation. After this era, they entered into the more worldly revolutionary movements of the capitalist era. The ascetic movements were austere and messianic, like the early Christian sects, but they were far from quietistic. Their methods almost maniacally violent, and their hatred was directed principally against the clergy. The New Jerusalem they sought to bring to earth has been called anarcho-communistic by several scholars, a term not always used very felicitously here, but one with a truthful core to it. By far, the largest of the medieval heresies were polarized around these Spartan apocalyptic ideals, which found their ideological roots in apostolic descriptions of the early Christian community. The hedonistic movements veered sharply toward worldly interests. Even their chiliasm tended to lapse into an amoral worldliness that probably scandalized the more austere messianic heresies of the time. It seems unlikely that medieval hedonistic tendencies were directly influenced by ancient Gnostic ideologies. However close the brethren of the free spirit seem to the Ophites of an earlier era. But the reasoning by which the former arrived at their involuted notion of Christian virtue and unfettered sexuality is more pantheistic than dualistic. The mystical distinction made by Meister Eckhart, circa 1260 to 1328, was a lofty, unreachable, and unknowable Godhead, and a God who is overflowing, omnipresent, and close to humanity, approximates a Gnostic dualism that allows for a transcendental alien deity on the one hand, and an immanent deity on the other. But Eckhart's immanent deity is a warm, highly Christianized God who appears in each human soul as a divine spark. Although Eckhart and his disciples surely did not regard themselves as departing from the church, his mystical theology does seem to encourage an autonomy of action that could have served the ideological needs of hedonistic conventicles well. The earliest example of a large-scale ascetic heresy is the Crusade of the Shepherds, or Pastoreaux, which emerged in the middle of the 13th century, when crusades were still largely movements of the oppressed rather than of errant military adventurers and the ruling classes. The Pastoreaux, composed mainly of zealous young people, began to march through the towns of France, at first attacking Jews and then the clergy, whom they accused of being false shepherds of their flocks. The movement enjoyed immense popular support and turned into a chronic, century-long assault upon the established institutions of the church. Cities were taken by force, churches and monasteries were sacked, the homes of wealthy burghers were plundered, and even the papal residence at Avignon was menaced by one of the Pastoreaux columns. They finally were excommunicated by Pope John XXII, who also later condemned Eckhart, and were ruthlessly hunted down by the territorial lords. Few popular movements in the medieval world seem to have inspired greater fear among the ruling classes of this era, or more seriously challenged the very basis of the social order than this Shepherd's Crusade. The Pastoreaux had their German parallel in the Flagellants, the large bands of self-afflicting penitents who scourged themselves and one another with whips and branches. Here, asceticism was carried to the point of ecstatic self-torture. In its own way, it was perhaps more a doctrine of the flesh than a denial of it. Like the Pastoreaux, their focus became increasingly worldly. Starting as a spiritually redemptive movement, they soon became a social movement and launched violent attacks upon the clergy, and implicitly upon the ruling classes as a whole. Their repudiation of institutional Christianity extended not only to the clergy's claims to divine authority, but even to the validity of the sacrament of the Eucharist. It is questionable whether they accepted any need for priestly intervention between humanity and the deity. They patently anticipated the Reformation by claiming that they were directly instructed and guided by the Holy Spirit, a notion that lies at the core of virtually all radical Reformation ideologies. Accordingly, they did not hesitate to violently disrupt church services and angrily orate against the sovereignty of the papacy. To confine the anti-clerical features of the Pastoreaux, Flagellants, and the later Reformation movements merely to doctrinal disputes or attempts by underclass elements to plunder church properties would be to gravely misread a deeper constellation of radical motives that often guided such movements. The church was more than a large property owner in the Middle Ages, and its wealth was not simply an affront to the Christian commitment to poverty. The church was also a massive hierarchical structure, the reality and the symbol of overbearing authority. To the shepherds and penitents of the 13th century, indeed, to the intellectuals in the new universities, the burghers in the new towns, and even the newly emerging proletariat of the lowlands and northern Italy, the Church's claim that it would bridge the chasm it had opened between the ordinary individual and the deity was an affront to Christianity's gospel of inwardness, selfhood, and its implicit recognition of the accessibility of each soul to God. Christian clerics, no less than the pagan priests before them, viewed themselves as brokers between the humanity and the deity, the surrogates for the congregation's contact with God. However spiritual the anti-clerical rebellions of the time may seem to the modern mind, the fact remains that anti-clericalism had a grossly underrated anarchic dimension. In trying to remove the clergy from its function as humanity's delegate to the spiritual kingdom, all the anti-clerical movements of the time were striking a blow against the notion of representation itself, and its denial of the individual's competence to manage his or her spiritual affairs. That the Church's wealth was an extraordinarily magnetic lodestone, and its moral hypocrisy a source of popular fury, are indubitable social facts that surfaced repeatedly. But the Church was also a political challenge. Its hierarchy was offensive to the pre-industrial mind, because it challenged, indeed obstructed, the individual's freedom to participate directly in the spiritual kingdom, to relate to the deity without mediation, to participate in a direct democracy concerning matters of faith, a free nation of prophets, as Christopher Hill was to call the radical communities of the English Revolution. The Church, in effect, gave no recognition to the congregation's claims to competence. It had a kingdom, not a community, a state, not a polis. Both clerical and temporal lords sensed that anti-clerical movements could easily turn into civil insurrections, and such insurrections often followed religious unrest. The pastoral movement was shortly followed by the repeated insurrections of Flemish workers against the commercial aristocracies of the lowland cities, the Lollard heresy in England and the Lutheran heresy in Germany preceded peasant revolts in both countries. Until fairly recent times, religious unrest was often the prelude to social unrest. Widespread religious dissidence fed directly into the English Revolution of the 1640s, and the Great Awakening influenced the American Revolution of the 1770s. Accordingly, both the Pastoreaux and the Flagellants were continental precursors of the English peasants' revolt of 1381, and the exhortations of John Ball, one of its leaders, albeit a rather minor one. Economically, the revolt itself had limited goals. The peasants were resisting enserfment and the rigid ceilings that had been imposed on their earnings. But socially, the people of the 14th century had ceased to think of equality and freedom as the distant practice of a golden age, buried irretrievably in the past. Instead, they began to perceive these ideals as preordained rights that humanity could hope to achieve in the near future. The fortunes of the English peasants' revolt, its temporary successes and its defeat at the treacherous hands of the monarchy, are matters of historical detail. What counts here is the tenor of the sermons that Ball and possibly many of his compatriots delivered to the peasants before and during the uprising. According to Froissart, who chronicled the revolt from an aristocratic viewpoint, Ball staked out the right of all people to social equality and to the means of life. If everyone is, quote, descended from one father and one mother, Adam and Eve, how can the lords say or prove that they are more lords than we, save that they make us dig and till the ground, so that they can squander what we produce? Unquote. This was a fiery question that must have permeated the entire land, as well as the spirit, if not the goals, of the English peasants' revolt and the continental rebellions that would later follow. Ball's attack upon the injustices inflicted on the English peasantry was not limited to an appeal for the already ritualized looting expedition that marked many earlier movements. He demanded a more radical and far-reaching black redistribution, so-called. A state of affairs in which, quote, all things are common and there is neither villain nor noble, but all of us are of one condition, end quote. These social ideals were to find their culmination in the Taborites of Bohemia, a movement that appeared a century or so after the defeat of the English peasants' revolt. The Taborites were an offshoot of the quasi-Protestant Hussites, who, in 1419, rebelled in Prague against German and Papal sovereignty. For nearly 2 decades, the Hussites successfully resisted the Catholic armies of the Emperor Sigismund and the combined forces of the Holy Roman Empire. But the more extreme Taborites were avowedly communistic in their social ideals, sending forth their appeals and their armies from their newly founded city of Tabor, named after the mountain of Christ's transfiguration. They demanded the abolition not only of taxes, dues, rent, and imposts, but also of private property. Kenneth Rexroth, in his perceptive account of the communal movements of the past, describes them as, quote, extreme millenarians, the most militant so far in the history of dissent. They believed that Christ's second coming, disguised as a brigand, and the universal destruction of the evil world would occur almost immediately, at first in 1420, and when that date passed, it was never postponed more than a few years. End quote. The new dispensation was to be very bloody. Quote, in preparation for the coming of the kingdom, it was the duty of the brotherhood of saints to drench their swords in the blood of evildoers, indeed to wash their hands in it. End quote. Following upon this macabre baptism, an imagery that was not entirely alien to John Ball and other millenarians, quote, Christ would appear on a mountaintop and celebrate the coming of the kingdom with a great messianic banquet of all the faithful. End quote. Despite their orgiastic commitment to blood and public festivals, the Taborites were largely ascetics. But like many Reformation radicals, they were ecumenically intermixed with hedonistic millenarians. The hedonists were later to be expelled from Tabor and formed the notorious Adamite sect, which actually reflected a very different chiliastic disposition. Both tendencies, in fact, were almost avowedly anarchic. Laws were to be abolished, the elect would enjoy immortality, and the second coming would create a world of material abundance, free from toil and pain, even in childbirth. All human authority would be replaced by a community of free people in which, quote, none shall be subject to another, end quote. In praising the Taborite commune, Rexroth astutely notes, quote, if socialism in one country is doomed to become deformed and crippled, communism in one city is impossible for any length of time. Sooner or later, the garrison society will weaken, but the outside world does not. It is always there waiting, strongest perhaps in times of peace. Tabor was never able to balance its popular communism of consumption with an organized and planned communism of production, nor the exchange of goods between city communes and peasant communes. End quote. As it turned out, when Tabor and the entire Bohemian national movement were crushed by Sigismund, it was the peasant communism of the Hutterites and Brethren which survived. They linger on with us as parochial colonies that still preserved their Reformation traditions and language as the archaeological remains of a long-lost world. But the Christian communal movement did not disappear with the Reformation. It surfaced again in the English Revolution of the late 1640s and early 1650s, particularly in the north and west of England, the dark corners of the land, according to the Parliamentary Party. A modern breed of masterless men, like Archilochus millennia earlier, they lived largely uprooted and wayfaring lives. With their emphasis on private interpretations of Scripture, their hatred of civil and ecclesiastical authority, and their social democracy of prophets, they fostered a strong sense of spiritual community in regions that the parliamentarians had virtually abandoned. Here we find the early Quakers, the Familialists, the Seekers, and the Fifth Monarchy men, some of whom actually rose in armed revolt against Cromwell's conservative custodianship of a revolution he had never started. Only when the world, turned upside down by the revolution, had been restored to its normal Philistine concerns, did eschatological movements disappear completely or take the form of tractable sects and societies. The wide-ranging definitions of freedom raised by the Marcionite Gnostics and practiced by ascetic communists such as the Taborites were thoroughly transmuted, often with considerable attrition, into rationally disciplined and highly secular ideologies. Today, we fervently debate their tenets under very different names, hardly mindful of their pedigree or the extent to which they anticipated our theories and practices. The most well-known of these radical movements reached their apogee in the English Revolution, then drastically narrowed their millenarian scope. They became amiable service organizations, such as the Society of Friends, Quakers, with very little awareness of their own fiery, often violent, chiliastic origins. By the Reformation, most ascetic millenarian movements were grouped under the broad rubric of Anabaptism, a simple doctrine that rejected infant baptism for adult baptism on the rather sound basis that only mature people could understand the subtleties of the Christian calling. But to the ruling classes of the time, including many staid Protestants, the word Anabaptism, like the word anarchist today, was used more as a pejorative symbol of public opprobrium than an authentic body of ideas. The term was used promiscuously to include such widely disparate social and religious movements as the Bohemian nationalists in Prague, the manic Taborite millenarians, and even their frenzied offshoots such as the Adamite sects or the pacifist Hutterites. It is fair to say that hardly any founders or early acolytes of Anabaptism were spared the beatitudes of martyrdom. Insofar as they were real millenarians, all the Anabaptists, real and imaginary, were utterly separated from our own time by the ideological chasm of religion. The second coming, the miraculous powers of Christ, and the theocratic proclivities that often substituted a messianic hierarchy for an ecclesiastical one. Actually, many of these millenarians were not communists at all. At best, their communism was marginal. But from this highly mixed welter of independent, often conflicting or intersecting beliefs, there emerges one figure who bridges the chasm from religious to secular communism. Gerard Winstanley is perhaps best known as the leader and theorist of the Diggers, a minuscule group of agrarian communists who in 1649 tried to cultivate the free or wastelands of St. George's Hill near London. Actually, these experiments, which were conceived as an exemplary effort to promote communal ideals, were ignored in their day. What really swept the Digger movement into historical accounts of radical movements was Winstanley's own pamphlets, and these received most recognition long after Winstanley himself had passed into history. As Rexroth accurately emphasizes, all the tendencies of the Radical Reformation, and, we may add, the most important millenarian movements of earlier times, seem to flow together in Winstanley, to be blended and secularized and become an ideology rather than a theology. Winstanley was not a military communist like the Taborites. He was a committed pacifist, and so far as we know, he remained one throughout his life. Nor was he a hedonist like the Adamites. He adhered to a strictly ascetic concept of the righteous life. But his views became markedly pantheistic, even hostile to any notion of an anthropomorphic deity. His naturalism brings him very close to the Enlightenment social theory. Quote, "To know the secrets of nature is to know the works of God." End quote. His denial of a supernatural heaven and hell as a strange conceit would have brought him to the stake a few centuries earlier. He emphasizes the need not only for communal property, but perhaps even for usufruct. The earth with all her fruits of corn, cattle, and such like, was made to be a common storehouse of livelihood, he declares. To all mankind, friend and foe without exception. These words are not merely brave but also deeply felt. Reason is the great creator that made the earth a common treasury, and anarchy, in the literal sense of no rule, was its earliest disposition, for, quote, "Not one word was spoken in the beginning, that one branch of mankind should rule over another." End quote. In time, these libertarian and communistic ideals suffered from Winstanley's bitter encounters with the counter-revolutionary moods following the collapse of the Leveller movement in 1649 and the Cromwell reaction that succeeded it. His Law of Freedom in a Platform, or True Magistracy Restored, written in 1652, reveals a disenchantment with the outcome of the revolution. The failure of the Digger experiments, more precisely, the popular indifference the Diggers encountered, had altered Winstanley's high expectations. His True Magistracy is a representative democracy, not a direct one. It is more punitive than loving, and more centralized and perhaps needlessly structured than libertarian. Perhaps this vision had been with him from the beginning, but it stands at odds with some of his earlier, more general views. Nor does his work end in hope. Few lines are more memorable and touching than the poem that concludes the pamphlet. Quote, "Truth appears in light, falsehood rules in power. To see these things to be is cause of grief each hour. Knowledge, why didst thou come to wound and not to cure? I sent not for thee, thou didst me inlure. Where knowledge does increase, their sorrows multiply. To see the great deceit which in the world doth lie. O death, where art thou? Wilt thou not tidings send? I fear thee not, thou art my loving friend. Come take this body, and scatter it in the four, that I may dwell in one, and rest in peace once more." End quote. Thereafter, Winstanley faded into the oblivion that ultimately devoured the revolution itself, but more than many proponents of like views, he has received from posterity the roses of rebels failed. The hedonistic trend in medieval Chiliasm, like the Gnostic Ophites, is redolent with aspirations for personal autonomy. Medieval hedonistic conventicles were compellingly individualistic and almost completely free of patricentric values. Christianity's powerful message of the individual's sanctity in the eyes of God, its high valuation of personality and the soul, and its emphasis on the universal humanity, bred a sense of individuality and freedom that could easily turn against clerical hierarchy and dogma. During the 12th and 13th centuries, a variety of highly radical sects surfaced from the depths of Christianity's fascinating cauldron of ideas. Some, like the Free Spirit, were quite explicitly radical. Others, like the Beghards and Begwines, were less so. Crystallized into conventicular networks and secular orders, these sects produced ideas that severely vexed the Church and brought it into sharp conflict with its own doctrinal offspring. Perhaps the most important theological issue the Church had to face was the rise of a broadly philosophical, pantheistic movement. 1,000 years earlier, Gnosticism had raised the question of how a truly good God could have created a woefully sinful world. Its theorists answered this puzzling problem not by anchoring their reply in original sin and the fallen humanity, but by creating two deities, a good, transcendental, alien God whose son Jesus had come to redeem the world, and a faulty, just, petty deity who had created the material world from which the spiritually pure pneumatics enjoyed immunity. If sin and anything fallen existed in the Gnostic orbit of ideas, it was imputed primarily to the Creator, not to humanity. And the genius of Gnosticism was to locate this concept of the defective within the petty realm of justice, where the rule of equivalence and the lex talionis prevailed, rather than within the realm of ethics, where goodness was the norm. Medieval pantheism, by contrast, tried to raise a dualistic vision of virtue into a unified outlook by seeking to achieve a mystical personal union with the Supreme One, the embodiment of goodness. This outlook stands in marked contrast to both Gnostic and Christian dualism, and, in fact, leads to Spinoza's later more Judaic concept of a unifying, godly substance. By the 13th century, mystics such as David of Dinant and Amaury claimed that matter and mind were identical with God. Indeed, that everything could be unified as God. The spread of these pantheistic ideas to the ordinary people of Paris and Strasbourg produced a number of sects such as the New Spirit, the Sisterhood of the Beguines, and the Brotherhood of the Beghards, and most notoriously, the Brethren of the Free Spirit. To these sects, humanity was composed of the same divine substance as God. Hence, it could enter into direct communion with the deity. Such a view not only challenged the need for ecclesiastical intervention between humanity and God, but also gave its acolytes an exhilarating sense of personal freedom that could easily justify the removal of all worldly restrictions on human behavior and open the way to unrestrained moral license. The secular convents and monasteries that now began to proliferate throughout the lowlands, France, Germany, and northern Italy quickly staked out coexisting claims to the duties of their ecclesiastical counterparts. Perhaps the earliest of these new lay institutions, the Sisterhood of the Beguines and the Brotherhood of the Beghards, presented the most serious threat to the Church's authority. Wars and plagues had created a very large number of masterless people, most of whom were forced into lives of beggary and crime. Whether as a charitable act or from a desire to enlist them in the performance of good works, a little-known ecclesiastic named Lambert began to collect the women into lay, nun-like groups, the Beguines, who were expected to dedicate themselves to charitable activities. They were soon emulated by many displaced and footloose men, the Beghards, who formed a corresponding male network that collaborated with the women. The accounts of the two lay orders, largely derived from hostile clerics, were harshly derogatory. Church and lay groups were rivals for the same charitable sources of income, and inevitably they entered into sharp conflict with each other. Finally, the church began to take action against the orders. In 1311, the lay orders were condemned by the Council of Vienne, and were later partly scattered by the ecclesiastical and territorial lords, although some Beguine hostels lingered on as charitable almshouses. But many Beguines and Beghards were absorbed into a new heresy, the Brethren of the Free Spirit, in their account of Western mysticism. Thomas Katsaros and Nathaniel Kaplan discuss how this heresy grew at a tremendous rate and was primarily responsible for the convening of the Council of Vienne. To the Church, the acolytes of the Free Spirit may have seemed like the ultimate of heresies, if not the very incarnation of Satanism. In any case, the Free Spirit stood at irredeemable odds with Christian orthodoxy. According to Jeffrey B. Russell's definitive summary, the Brethren of the Free Spirit, quote, formed a loosely constructed group of sects during the 13th and 14th century, especially in the Rhineland and central Germany, end quote. Russell places the heresy primarily in the towns in which bourgeois patricians had gained control and in which the artisans were in the process of asserting their rights against the patricians. The period in which the heresy flourished was one of widespread class conflict between the merchant princes and the artisan class, particularly in Flanders. But Russell rightly notes that, quote, it is not possible to generalize about the social class of the Brethren, unquote. According to one chronicler, they include monks, priests, and married people. Another describes them as labourers, charcoal burners, blacksmiths, and swineherds, and yet another indicates that they were rough and illiterate men. However, Russell warns us that Marxist historians may tend to exaggerate. Quote, the elements of class warfare here, but the doctrines of the Brethren do clearly indicate that social protest was involved. For instance, they believed that a handmaiden or serf could take and sell his master's goods without his permission. The tithes need not be paid to the church is also a doctrine indicative of more than strictly theological discontent. End quote. But a radical ethical doctrine, or an amoral one in a Gnostic sense, there surely was. It was based on the belief that the individual Christian is justified by the Holy Spirit, dwelling within him, and that it is from within, rather than from the institutional church, that all grace proceeds. Accordingly, acolytes of the Free Spirit are in a state of grace, very much like the Gnostic pneumatics, irrespective of their behaviour. Quote, a man, and certainly a woman, can perform a sinful act without being in sin, and as long as he acts with the intention of following the will of the Spirit, his action is good. End quote. Norman Cohn was to impart an almost legendary quality to the Free Spirit among young countercultural radicals of the 1960s by linking it with the mystical anarchism of Heinrich Suso. This Dominican follower of Eckhart, like the master himself, was a highly educated ascetic, and he wrote vigorous denunciations of the more plebeian, hedonistic sects of the period. Cohn describes a, quote, sketch written about 1330 in the chief stronghold of the heresy, Cologne, in which the Catholic mystic Suso evokes with admirable terseness those qualities in the Free Spirit which made it essentially anarchic. He describes how, on a bright Sunday, as we were sitting lost in meditation, an incorporeal image appeared to his spirit. Suso addresses the image. "Whence have you come?" The image answers, "I come from nowhere." "Tell me, what are you?" "I am not." "What do you wish?" "I do not wish." "This is a miracle. Tell me, what is your name?" "I am called Nameless Wildness." "Where does your insight lead to?" "Into untrammeled freedom." "Tell me, what do you call untrammeled freedom?" "When a man lives according to all his caprices, without distinguishing between God and himself, and without before or after." End quote. Suso's dialogue would be tantalizingly incomplete if we did not have other pronouncements by the brethren of the free spirit that clarify its meaning. The dialogue is definitely libertine in its implications and involves the divine in human motivation. Thus, according to some of these pronouncements, quote, "He who recognizes that God does all things in him, he shall not sin, for he must not attribute to himself, but to God all that he does." End quote. A man with a conscience then, quote, "is himself a devil, and hell and purgatory tormenting himself. For nothing is sin except what is thought of as sin." End quote. As Cohn notes, quote, "Every act performed by a member of this elite was felt to be performed not in time but in eternity. It possessed a vast mystical significance, and its value was infinite. This was the secret wisdom which one adept revealed to a somewhat perplexed inquisitor, with the assurance that it was drawn from the innermost depths of the divine abyss, and worth far more than all the gold in the municipal treasure of Erfurt. It would be better," he added, "that the whole world should be destroyed and perish utterly than that a free man should refrain from one act to which his nature moves him." End quote. Accordingly, adepts of the free spirit gave up all penitential and ascetic behavior for a life of pure pleasure, not merely one of happiness. More than red or fiery, their outlook on life was purple or sensuous. We have no vocabulary within the framework of ordinary life to describe this remarkable epistemology. It sought more than the physically orgiastic, but rather the conversion of reality into a surreality of experience and a divination of the nature of things. The halo later discerned by André Breton's Nadia in the world around her, even in the most commonplace objects, was here made into a metaphysical principle. But it was a practical principle, not merely an ideological one. Vigils, fasting, and all sensuous denial were brought to an end. The body was to be indulged with the choicest wines and meats and clothed in the most sensuous garments. At times, the adepts would even dress as nobles, which, as Cohn notes, was a social affront and source of confusion in the Middle Ages, when differences in dress denoted differences in status. But the acolytes of this extraordinary movement did not stop with such pleasures as food and dress. They proceeded to practice a promiscuous, mystically coloured eroticism. Sexual promiscuity was seen not as an act of defilement, but rather as one of purification. A woman was all the more chaste for partaking of uninhibited sexual intercourse, as, of course, was a man. Indeed, quote, one of the surest marks of the subtle in spirit was precisely the ability to indulge in promiscuity without fear of God or qualms of conscience, observes Cohn. Quote, some adepts attributed a transcendental, quasi-mystical value to the sexual act itself, when it was performed by such as they. The homines intelligentiae called the act the delight of paradise and the acclivity, which was the term used for the ascent to mystical ecstasy. And the Thuringian blood friends of 1550 regarded it as a sacrament which they called Christery. For all alike, adultery possessed a symbolic value as an affirmation of emancipation. End quote. Hence, freedom to the free spirit meant even more than the right to orgiastic pleasure, an ecstasy of the senses. It meant total spontaneity of behaviour and a cosmic reattunement to nature, the embodiment of God. Perhaps unknown to its acolytes, the free spirit restored supernature to nature, and nature, in turn, to an almost enchanted mythopoeic status in the spiritual balance of things. Such ideas or intuitions were not to die easily. They spoke too deeply to the inner, libidinal recesses of human desire. Hence, the free spirit, or its doctrines, remained a persistent heresy for centuries, one that has recurred right up to the present day as independent rediscoveries by the symbolists in the late 19th century, the surrealists in the 1920s, and in the counterculture of the 1960s. It constituted an indispensable dimension of freedom as a release from the internal regimentation of feeling and bodily movements, the subjective aspect of the existentially liberated individual. Without this aspect, the notion of freedom remains an externalized social abstraction that has no space for its heretics, its creative artists, and its intellectual innovators. During the Hussite upheaval, the doctrines of the free spirit appeared among the Adamites, the most anarchistic wing of the normally ascetic Taborites. Subjected to harsh persecution within Labour itself, this group was driven from the city and chased down by the Hussite military commander Jan Žižka. Those who escaped Žižka's troops fortified themselves on an island in the river Nizarka and established a free, quasi-military community that combined the hedonistic lifeways of the free spirit with the most radical communistic practices of the Labourites. The Adamites were not a quiescent enclave of devoutly religious adepts, like the Anabaptists. Small as they were in numbers, they were a harsh, demanding social movement that developed its own amoral morality and a crusading zealousness that often degenerated into sheer rapine. Their bloodthirsty expeditions into the surrounding countryside and the butchery they practiced makes it difficult to unravel the problems inherent in military or warrior communism, problems that I will examine shortly. The free spirit acquired its most idiosyncratic expression during the English Revolution, when a new, albeit harmless, sect, the Ranters, scandalized the Puritan revolutionaries with their own brand of hedonism. A. L. Morton, who has written one of the most comprehensive accounts of their activities and beliefs, emphasizes that both theologically and politically, the Ranters constituted the, quote, extreme left wing of the sects, unquote, that abounded at the time. The Ranters pushed all the radical implications of Puritanism and its offshoot sects to their furthest logical conclusions, and even a little beyond. This trend soon culminated in open conflict with the law. As Morton observes, quote, the conviction that God existed in and only in material objects and men led them at once to a pantheistic mysticism and a crudely plebeian materialism, often incongruously combined in the same person. Their rejection of scripture literalism led sometimes to an entirely symbolic interpretation of the Bible, and at others to a blunt and contemptuous rejection. Their belief that the moral law no longer had authority for the people of a new age, enjoying the liberty of the sons of God, led to a conviction that for them no act was sinful, a conviction that some hastened to put into practice. End quote. To speak of the Ranters as an organized movement, or even as a sect in any organized sense, is to understate the highly individualistic focus of their ideas. It could be easily argued that there were almost as many Ranter ideologies as there were Ranters. What stands out clearly amid the medley of their ideas is not only their hedonistic proclivities, which were often expressed with wild abandon, but also their scorn for all authority, both civil and religious. Not even the Bible was immune to denigration. The Ranters' last sermon depicts the scriptures, perhaps the most sacred single document of the English Revolution, as, quote, but mere romance and contradictory to itself, only invented by the wits of former ages to keep people in subjection and in Egyptian slavery. Likewise, that there was as much truth in the history of Tom Thumb or the Knights of the Sun as there was in that book. End quote. Unlike earlier heretics, the writer makes no appeal to authority. Authority itself is completely dissolved in mockery and sarcasm. Nor could the Ranters claim a monopoly on outwardly sensuous behavior during the revolutionary period. Nudity, and probably a mystical belief in the power of uninhibited sexuality to achieve a communion with God, filtered through many sectarian movements of the time. Quite respectable Quakers, Christopher Hill tells us, made forays beyond the boundaries of asceticism, went, quote, naked for a sign and with only a loincloth around their middles, end quote. Indeed, the, quote, Quaker doctrine of perfectibility continued to testify against the hatred of the body. They thought lace-making an unsuitable occupation for members of their society, but they had no objection to brewing or keeping an alehouse. End quote. Other sectarians were probably prepared to go much further along the road of hedonism, or the respect for the flesh than moderate ranters. But the ecumenical use of the word ranter subsumed their doctrines and practices. Even more than early antiquity's black redistribution, the medieval folk utopias, Christianity's apocalyptic doctrines, Gnosticism's concept of a good God who is alien to a petty, just creator, and finally the long line of sectaries that culminated in the overtly secular ranters, all increasingly distinguished freedom from justice, the equality of unequals from the inequality of equals. All their doctrines or practices were based on compensation and complementarity. The more hedonistic of these sects and movements ventured even further. The concept of freedom was expanded from a limited ideal of happiness based on the constraints of shared needs into an ideal of pleasure based on the satisfaction of desire. But the realization of any of these ideals clearly presupposed the transformation of the individual and of humanity from a condition of sin to one of grace, which, in turn, had presuppositions of its own. Grace could be achieved only by an internal, indeed a psychological or spiritual, transformation of one's very sense of being. As conceived by the Christian world, this change had to be so far-reaching in its depth and scope that it led into the very notion of transubstantiation itself, a radical change in the very substance of selfhood. Christianity, in its official form, imposed the overt discipline of the law, of the Deuteronomic Code, on the faithful. Humanity, after all, was unruly and predisposed to evil by original sin. Freedom was to be reserved for heaven, if, indeed, freedom it could be truly called, beyond the moral plenitude voiced by the Sermon on the Mount. On earth, humanity was expected to live by conventional codes of justice, both ecclesiastical and temporal. Luther made heavenly freedom an affair of the inner life, of a deeply subjective faith that had relatively little to do with the earthly world's works. Calvin, by placing a stronger emphasis on works, provided the doctrinal basis for the social activism so congenial to the emerging bourgeoisie and the revolutionary English Puritans. But whether Catholic or Protestant, official Christianity quickly lost its power as a transcendental force. It had always been predisposed to adaptation. Initially, it accommodated itself to Caesar. Later, although grudgingly, to feudalism's territorial lords, and finally to capitalism, for which it provided an image of an entrepreneurial Jesus who trades in souls and markets the gospel. The Gnostics, by contrast, appealed to the mind and to the power of knowledge in bringing humanity into their unique conception of grace. This lofty endeavour could hardly hope to succeed on doctrinal grounds alone. Hence the socially withdrawn nature of Gnosticism during late antiquity. Civilization had created a new character structure, a new internal discipline for containing the spirit, a reality principle that denied the integrity of the passions, spontaneity, and desire. Society's fear of the Hobbesian natural man has antedated by centuries Freud's commitment to civilization and its inherently repressive strategies. If gnosis, or knowledge, was to guide human behavior and bring heaven to earth, it had to be reinforced by a psychic battering ram that could demolish the individual's so-called civilized, that is, carefully policed character structure. A hallucinogenic strategy had to be devised to derange the statist, later economistic, epistemology that class structure had instilled in the human personality. One heretical Christian tendency was to choose asceticism as its hallucinogen, thereby totally inverting pleasure, even happiness, in an ecstatic denial of the senses and elementary bodily needs. This poor man's pleasure, so to speak, fully recognized the powers of the flesh and acceded to them more by mistreating the body and its urges than by denying them. Ironically, Heinrich Suso is one of the most extraordinary exemplars of this doctrine. The psychotic self-torture he inflicted on his body to achieve a hallucinogenic and ecstatic communion with his Gnostic-type deity goes far beyond the outermost limits of asceticism. It reveals a masochistic involvement with the flesh that beggars the martyrdom of the saints. The hedonistic Ophites, the free spirit, Adamites and Ranters, on the other hand, evoked the rich man's pleasures as a battering ram for deranging civilization's reality principle and character structure. Their hallucinogenic strategy for producing a personality, not merely a mind, that was receptive to gnosis, centered around the uninhibited, spontaneous claims of the body, a discipline of indiscipline that deployed the pleasure principle to dissolve the reality principle. Choice foods and garments, sexual promiscuity, the right to steal and even kill were all combined into a program for redemption that had lost all its otherworldly status. What could conceivably be more ecstatic than the orgiastic delirium of uninhibited sexuality that the good God surely mandated for the acolyte in his or her rejection of the just Creator? The fount of sinful world? Indeed, crime made one an outlaw in the literal, almost holy sense of the term. It pitted the acolyte against the Creator's mean-spirited realm of justice and opened the way to a duel between the divine spark in the individual and the mundane integument that concealed it. With a few changes in words, this gospel can be suddenly transformed into Bakunin's apostatization of the bandit and folk attitudes toward banditry. Moreover, a new world constructed around the rich man's pleasures was a desideratum in itself. It actualized the promise of the folk utopias like Cocaigne, and gave them contemporaneity and an identifiable place, notably in the conventicle of the hedonistic heretics. But here, the hedonistic heretics encountered a dilemma. Unrestrained and undiscriminating desire presupposes a plenitude of goods to satisfy the holy community. However, neither nature nor the technological armamentarium of the time could possibly be so all-providing. Asceticism encountered a dilemma of its own. It not only demanded immense material sacrifices for very tenuous ethical rewards, but it also abandoned the very hope of attaining them in the future utopia. The ascetic radicals stood at odds with the time-honored black redistribution that insurgent peoples have always invoked. Indeed, pleasure itself had ceased to be a desideratum. Neither of the two disciplines could be expected to enlist humanity as a whole, although asceticism, as we shall see, held much greater promise as a popular morality than hedonism. Hence, the hedonists and many of the ascetics turned to an elitist, Neo-Platonist doctrine of souls. Only the elect, a small group of pneumatics or saints, could hope to achieve grace. Their retainers, the psychics, might aspire to elevate their status to sainthood by making contact with the elect, servicing their needs, and heeding their wisdom. The rest of humanity, whether rich or poor, was simply doomed. These unfortunates were the irredeemable minions of the just Creator, and they lived in a hopelessly fallen state. They could be plundered and killed. Indeed, it became a discipline among the elect to use them for its own ends. From a theoretical viewpoint, freedom had acquired a scope and, particularly in its Gnostic and late medieval forms, a degree of sophistication unprecedented in the history of ideas. The distinction between justice and freedom has yet to make its way through the maze of present-day radical ideologies. Apart from a few individual theorists, the two ideals are still victims of considerable confusion. The dual functions of pleasure and asceticism, indeed of desire and need, have yet to be clarified in contemporary radical thought. So, too, do the notions of scarcity and post-scarcity. The distinction between freedom from and freedom for, that is, between negative and positive freedom, has been carefully analysed in categories and juridical tenets. But we still await a full discussion of a reconstructive utopianism that can clarify in practice the broader distinctions between authority and an informed spontaneity. But what is the historical subject that will create a free society? What is the context within which that subject is formed? The Christian and Gnostic radicals faced both these questions more resolutely than they faced the logic of their own premises. They wavered and divided on such issues as the full logic of asceticism and pleasure, a logic which only the ascetic Cathari and the hedonistic Adamites followed to the end, but they were generally clear about which agents would achieve a holy estate. In both cases, the answers were elitist, reflecting a Manichean image of the world, composed of saints and sinners. Christians were expected to accept a divine disposition that favoured the saints over the sinners. Indeed, in the case of the hedonists, they were to accept the exploitation of the sinners by the saints. But even in the late Middle Ages, such elitist conclusions were hardly the inevitable consequences of Christian or Gnostic radicalism. Marcion had never accepted them at the beginnings of the Gnostic heresy, nor had Winstanley at the end of the Christian Reformation. Significantly, both men were ascetic in their outlook. An ascetic social disposition could have enjoyed considerable popular appeal, if it was suitably moderated by ethical arguments for a balanced restriction of needs, as opposed to Cathari fasts to the death, or Suso's orgy of self-torture. The 14th and 15th centuries may well have marked a unique watershed for Western humanity. History seemed to be poised at a juncture. Society could still choose to follow a course that yielded a modest satisfaction of needs, based on complementarity and the equality of unequals. Or it could catapult into capitalism, with its rule of equivalence and the inequality of equals, both reinforced by commodity exchange and a canon of unlimited needs that confront scarce resources. Many concrete factors favoured the choice of the latter over the former. Perhaps, as orthodox Marxists seem to believe, capitalism was the inevitable outcome of European feudalism. Perhaps, but Christianity and its various heresies had opened a transcendental level of discourse that embraced not only the intellectuals, ecclesiastics, and educated nobles of medieval society, but also reached out to multitudes of the oppressed, particularly its town dwellers. For all its shortcomings, medieval society was not only pre-industrial, but also ethically oriented. It lived not only on a mundane level of self-interest and material gain, but also on an idealistic level of personal redemption and grace. One cannot explain the early crusades of the poor, on the one hand, and the extent to which many nobles converted to radical Anabaptist sects, on the other, without recognizing the enormous importance of the ethical sphere of the people of the Middle Ages. Hence, the ascetic Christian radicals had a trans-class constituency at their disposal, a historical subject who was neither plebeian nor patrician, but Christian, in a mutilated but deeply sensitive meaning of the term. This Christian could be motivated by ethical ideals to an extent that would puzzle modern individuals. Plunder, exploitation, and the pleasures of the flesh certainly never lost their hold on the Christians' Janus-faced outlook. Hierarchy, class rule, and civilization had left their deep-seated wounds on Christian society from the days of its inception. But the medieval outlook was more schizophrenic and sometimes more apocalyptic in an ethical sense than contemporary individuals can ever understand. This ethical world, to be sure, did not hang freely suspended in the ethereal air of idealism, nor did it arise from high-minded inspiration alone. It emerged from a richly textured social context of human-scaled towns, vibrant and highly variegated neighborhoods, and closely knit villages. The masterless men and women who provided the leavening for the emancipatory institutions that abounded were rootless outsiders or footloose wanderers whose functional lineage goes back to archetypal figures such as Archilochus. But this also is true of the biblical prophets, of Jesus and his disciples, and of the Church's great missionaries. The ideal of a universal humanity included both the isolated village and the worldwide Christian congregation. The sole passport of the Middle Ages was evidence of baptism and a testament of common faith. Accordingly, The congregation's view of society was more integrated and expansive than it is today, despite our rhetoric of one world and the global village. Important as material interests were in the past, even the most oppressed strata in Christian society would have found it difficult to reduce social problems to economic ones. So richly textured and articulated, a society assumed as a matter of course that material need could not be separated from ethical precept. To attain a Christian society, however broadly such words were interpreted, not only did systems of ownership and the distribution of goods have to be changed, but even as late as Reformation times, matters of the soul, the accepted mores, beliefs, institutions, and, in a more personal vein, one's character and sexual life required alteration. These broader needs, indeed this view of need itself, cannot be reduced to mere superstructural ideologies without forcing the mentality of a market society on a larger manorial one, high technology on artisanship, an industrial world on a domestic one, an atomized labor force on a highly communal system of production based on guilds, and an atomized society on a richly associative body of human relations. Was capitalism a more sophisticated substitute for medieval society? To say yes would be arrogant presumption and an insult to the highly complex civilizations, both past and present, that have resisted modernization. To emphasize the preeminence of contemporary society in history is, subtly, to elevate a deadening, homogenizing mass media over the spiritual yearning elicited by religious ceremonies, a mechanistic scientism over a colorful, mythopoeic sensibility, and an icy indifference to the fate of one's immediate neighbors over a richly intertwined system of mutual aid. Now that torture has returned to the modern world as a rationalized technique for interrogation and punishment, the medieval rack has become picayune by comparison. And while modern society no longer drags its heretics to the stake, it incinerates millions of utterly innocent people in gas chambers and nuclear infernos. Much that we would call the ideological, moral, cultural, and institutional superstructure of medieval society was deeply intertwined with its economic and technical base. Both superstructure and base were enriched and broadened by the wealth each brought to the other. Economic life and technical development existed within a wide-ranging orbit of cultural restraints as well as cultural creativity. Freedom could be defined not merely in material terms, but in ethical terms as well. That capitalism was to distort this wide-ranging orbit and virtually destroy it has already been emphasized but can bear some repetition. The era that separates the Middle Ages from the Industrial Revolution was to be marked by a terrifying deterioration of community life, by a reduction of highly cherished popular ideals to brazen economic interests, and by a disintegration of individuality into egotism. Freedom and the revolutionary subject, who had held its ideals, suffered the denaturing, rationalization, and economization that have become the fate of the human community and the individual. Indeed, capitalism has redefined the terms by which to discuss the nature and prospects of freedom, and in some respects it has expanded the concept of freedom itself. But its economistic focus is very real. Capitalism reflects the authentic economization of society and of the social question itself by an economy that has absorbed every cultural, ethical, and psychological issue into a material system of needs and techniques. Such economistic interpretations of present-day society are not mere ideological distortions. They accurately depict the dominant reality of our time. What is so troubling about this image is that it makes no attempt to transcend the very level of life it describes. Almost every critique of the bourgeois traits of modern society, techniques, and individuality is itself tainted by the very substance it criticizes. By emphasizing economics, class interest, and the material substrate of society as such critiques are the bearers of the very bourgeois traits they purport to oppose. They are in perilous default of their commitment to transcend the economic conditions of capitalist society and to recover the ethical level of discourse and ideals capitalism so savagely degraded. In the parlance of many radical theorists, a rational society often means little more than a highly rationalized society, and freedom often means little more than the effective coordination of humanity in the achievement of economic ends. By economizing the totality of life, capitalism economized the social question, the structures of freedom, and the revolutionary subject. The communal context for this subject has been largely dissolved. The English Revolution imposed a new imperative on the legacy of freedom. To discuss human emancipation meaningfully, one now had to exorcise the demons of material denial, a new system of scarcity largely created by the market system and the nature of technological development. Freedom is now completely entangled with economics, a liberated life with the notion of scarce resources, utopia with techniques, and the ethical revolutionary subject with the proletariat. But has the economization of freedom been a total regression in our level of discourse? Actually, economics too has an ecological dimension. But I refer not to Buddhist, convivial, steady-state or third-wave economics, but to the character of work, techniques, and needs that a free society must confront. Having uprooted community and dissolved the traditional revolutionary subject of European society, capitalism has forced us to define the relationship of the ethical life to the material. It matters very little, now, whether or not this development is desirable. The fact is that it has happened, and we are obliged to deal with its reality. Whether as wound or scar tissue, the social question now includes the question of our technical interaction with nature. What Marx called humanity's metabolism with nature. Not just our attitude toward nature and our ethical interaction with each other. I do not mean that technical issues can henceforth be substitutes for ethical discourse and relations, but placed in their proper context, they can actually help to reverse the economization of social life. Every appeal of human consciousness, be it class consciousness or personal consciousness, is an appeal to the creativity of mind and an expression of belief in human virtue. Marx, the materialist, Hegel, the idealist, Kropotkin, the ecologist, and Fourier, the utopian, have all embarked on the same voyage of hope, a belief in the powers of human reason to attain a free society. None has had a court of appeal more supreme than the sovereignty of thought and insight. The material dispensation that capitalism has created for the future is itself a freedom, one that has arisen, ironically, from the very context of bourgeois social relations. It is a freedom not merely to choose the kinds of goods society should produce, the freedom of a productivist utopia, but to choose from among the extravagant, often irrational array of needs that capitalism has created, the freedom of a consumerist utopia. When these two freedoms are melded into a still higher one, the utopian dream that lies ahead can be neither strictly productivist nor consumerist. In light of the freedom to choose products and needs, both as producer and consumer, one can envision a higher ideal of freedom. One that removes the taint of economism and restores the ethical basis of past times, and that is infused with the options opened by technical achievement. Potentially, at least, we are faced with the broadest conception of freedom known thus far. The autonomous individual's freedom to shape material life in a form that is neither ascetic nor hedonistic, but a blend of the best in both, one that is ecological, rational, and artistic. The emergence of a possibility, to be sure, is not a guarantee that it will be an actuality. To draw upon Potier's lines in his inspired revolutionary hymn, the Internationale, how will a new society rise on new foundations? Under what banner can humanity be all again? In view of the stark alternatives that face the Adamites and military or war communism in modern authoritarian contexts, how can human society now produce a sufficiency of goods for everyone rather than an elite, and provide the individual the freedom to choose among needs as well as products? Within the material realm of life, this is the most complete form of human autonomy that we can ever hope to achieve, both as an expression of rational criteria for making choices and of the rational competence of the individual to do so. Indeed, if we can believe in the competence of free individuals to determine policy in the civil realm, we can also believe in the competence of free individuals to determine their needs in the material realm as well. The saints who had found their inspiration in Christianity and its belief in a New Jerusalem were to become the sellers who bought and sold in the emerging capitalist market, thereby leaving the belief in a new golden age in the hands of secular rebels and revolutionaries. In any case, the backward look toward a golden age has itself been absorbed by the very past into which it tried to peer. Once capitalism came into the world and tainted it with a sense of scarcity, one now had to look forward, not only upward toward the heavens, but also downward toward the earth, to the material world of technology and production. Chapter 9. Two Images of Technology. In trying to examine technology and production, we encounter a curious paradox. We are deeply riven by a great sense of promise about technical innovation on the one hand, and by a thorough sense of disenchantment with its results on the other. This dual attitude not only reflects a conflict in the popular ideologies concerning technology, but also expresses strong doubts about the nature of the modern technological imagination itself. We are puzzled that the very instruments our minds have conceived and our hands have created can be so easily turned against us, with disastrous results for our well-being, indeed, for our very survival as a species. It is difficult for young people today to realize how anomalous such a conflict in technical orientation and imagery would have seemed only a few decades ago. Even such a wayward cult hero as Woody Guthrie once celebrated the huge dams and giant mills that have now earned so much opprobrium. The people whom Guthrie and his radical companions of the 1930s addressed had a deep reverence for technology, specifically those skills and devices that we place under the rubrics of technics. New machines, like artistic works, were objects of display that radiantly enraptured not only the connoisseur of futurism, the manufacturer, and the specialist, but the general public in all walks of life. Popular American utopias were unreeled in monumental technocratic images. They embodied power, a preening mastery of nature, a physical gigantism, and dazzling mobility. The largely technical New World of tomorrow, celebrated in the last of the truly great fairs, New York World's Fair of 1939, fascinated millions of visitors with its message of human achievement and hope. In fact, technics had become as much a cultural artifact as a mechanical one. The early part of the century witnessed the emergence of an intensely social and messianic art, futurism, expressionism, the Bauhaus, to cite the most celebrated ones, that was overwhelmingly technological in its exaltations and in its derogation of more leisurely, reflective, craft-oriented and organic traditions. The hold of technics on the social imagery of that time was more fetishistic than rational. Even the First World War, which witnessed a massive use of the new technological armamentarium to slaughter millions of people, did not dispel this technical mythos. Only in the sequelae of the second of these worldwide conflicts, with all its terrifying results, did we begin to witness chilling doubts in the popular mind over the wisdom of technical innovation. Nuclear weaponry, perhaps more than any single factor, has created a popular fear of a technics run wild. the 1960s began to exhibit a pronouncedly anti-technical bias of its own that has since turned into a complex duel between the high or hard technologies, those associated with fossil and nuclear fuels, industrial agriculture and synthetics, and the so-called appropriate or soft technologies, those structured around solar, wind and hydraulic sources of energy, organically grown food, and human-scale craft-like industries. What clearly renders appropriate technology increasingly attractive today is not any popular celebration of its achievements or promise. Rather, it is a growing fear that we are irretrievably committing ourselves to destructive systems of mass production and widespread problems of environmental pollution. The artistic messiahs of a technocratic society are gone. Humanity now seems to feel that technology has ensnared it. It has the mien of a victim rather than a beneficiary. If the first half of the century witnessed the emergence of high technology as a popular art form, so-called, because the great majority of the industrialized world's population still lived in small communities with almost antique technical artifacts, the end of the century is witnessing the emergence of appropriate technology as a popular art form, precisely because high technology has placed a gilded cage over the suffocating millions who now clutter the cities and highways of the Western world. The grim fatalism slowly permeating Western humanity's response to technics derives in large part from its ethical ambivalence toward technical innovation. The modern mind has been taught to identify technical sophistication with a good life, and, to a large extent, with a social progressivism that culminates in human freedom. But none of these images has been suitably clarified, at least not from a historical perspective. Today, by far the great majority of people view the good life or living well, terms that date back to Aristotle, as a materially secure, indeed highly affluent life. Reasonable as this conclusion may seem in our own time, it contrasts sharply with its Hellenic origins. Aristotle's classic distinction between living only, a life in which people are insensately driven to the limitless acquisition of wealth, and living well or within limit, epitomizes classical antiquity's notion of the ideal life, however much its values were honored in the breach. To live well or live the good life implied an ethical life in which one was committed not only to the well-being of one's family and friends, but also to the polis and its social institutions. In living the good life within limit, one sought to achieve balance and self-sufficiency, a controlled, rounded, and all-sided life. But self-sufficiency, which for Aristotle seems to embody this conceptual constellation of ideals, does, quote, not mean that which is self-sufficient for a man himself, for one who lives a solitary life, but also for parents, children, wife, and in general, for his friends and fellow citizens, since man is born for citizenship." End quote. The dichotomy between the modern image of a materially affluent life and the classical ideal of a life based on a limit parallels the dichotomy between modern and classical concepts of technics. To the modern mind, technics is simply the ensemble of raw materials, tools, machines, and related devices that are needed to produce a usable object. The ultimate judgment of a technique's value and desirability is operational. It is based on efficiency, skill, and cost. Indeed, cost largely summarizes virtually all the factors that prove out the validity of a technical achievement. But to the classical mind, by contrast, technique, or techne, had a far more ample meaning. It existed in a social and ethical context in which, to invoke Aristotle's terms, one asked not how a use value was produced, but also why. From process to product, techne provided both the framework and ethical light by which to form a metaphysical judgment about the why as well as the how of technical activity. Within this ethical, rational, and social framework, Aristotle distinguished between the master workers in each craft, who are more honorable and know in a truer sense and are wiser than the manual workers. In contrast to their strictly operational subordinates, quote, "who act without knowledge of what they do, as fire burns," unquote, master workers act with an insight and ethical responsibility that renders their craft rational. Techne, moreover, covered a wider scope of experience than the modern word technics. As Aristotle explains in Nicomachean Ethics, quote, "all art, techne, is concerned with coming into being, that is, with contriving and considering how something may come into being which is capable of either being or not being, and whose origin is in the maker and not in the thing made." End quote. Here he distinguishes the crafted product, even artistic works such as architectural masterpieces and sculpture, from natural phenomena, which, quote, "have their origins in themselves." End quote. Accordingly, techne is a, quote, "state concerned with making, involving a true course of reasoning." End quote. It is potency, an essential that techne shares with the ethical good. All, quote, "arts, i.e. productive forms of knowledge, are potencies. They are originative sources of change in another thing or in the artist himself considered as other." End quote. These far-reaching ethical and metaphysical remarks indicate how much of the classical image of techne contrasts with the modern image of technics. The goal of techne is not restricted to merely living well or living within limit. Techne includes living an ethical life according to an originative and ordering principle conceived as potency. Viewed even in an instrumental sense, techne thus encompasses not merely raw materials, tools, machines, and products, but also the producer. In short, a highly sophisticated subject from which all else originates. To Aristotle, the master craftsman is distinguished subjectively from his apprentices or assistants by virtue or honor, a sense of why products are created, and generally a wisdom of things and phenomena. By starting with the rationality of the subject, Aristotle establishes a point of departure for bringing rationalization to the production of the object. Modern industrial production functions in precisely the opposite way. Not only is the modern image of techne limited to mere techniques in the instrumental sense of the term, but also its goals are inextricably tied to unlimited production. Living well is conceived as limitless consumption within the framework of a totally unethical, privatized level of self-interest. Technics, moreover, includes not the producer and his or her ethical standards. Proletarians, after all, service the modern industrial apparatus in total anonymity, but the product and its constituents. The technical focus shifts from the subject to the object, from the producer to the product, from the creator to the created. Honor, a sense of why, and any general wisdom of things and phenomena have no place in the world required by modern industry. What really counts in techniques is efficiency, quantity, and an intensification of the labor process. The specious rationality involved in producing the object is foisted on the rationalization of the subject to a point where the producer's subjectivity is totally atrophied and reduced to an object among objects. In fact, the objectification of subjectivity is the sine qua non of mass production. Here, quote, thought or word becomes a tool, and one can dispense with actually thinking it, that is, with going through the logical acts involved in verbal formulation of it. End quote, notes Horkheimer. He also observes, quote, as has been pointed out, often and correctly, the advantage of mathematics, the model of all neo-positivistic thinking, lies in just this intellectual economy, so-called. Complicated logical operations are carried out with actual performance of all the intellectual acts upon which the mathematical and logical symbols are based. Such mechanization is indeed essential to the expansion of industry. But if it is to become the characteristic feature of mind, if reason itself is instrumentalized, it takes on a kind of materiality and blindness, becomes a fetish, a magic entity that is accepted rather than intellectually experienced. End quote. Horkheimer's remarks, while seemingly occupied with the impact of a new techniques on the waning, traditional subjectivity, might easily be read as an account of the effects of a new subjectivity on a waning traditional techniques. I do not mean to say that the techniques that emerged from this subjectivity did not reinforce it, but if I read the historical record correctly, it is fair to say that long before mass manufacture came into existence, there had already been widespread destruction of community life and the emergence of uprooted, displaced, atomized, and propertyless masses, the precursors of the modern proletariat. This development was paralleled by science's evocation of a new image of the world, a lifeless physical world composed of matter and motion that preceded the technical feats of the Industrial Revolution. Technics does not exist in a vacuum, nor does it have an autonomous life of its own. Hellenic thought, which appropriately linked craft and art under the rubric of techne, also linked both with the value system and institutions of its society. From this standpoint, a given body of sensibilities, social relations, and political structures were no less the components of technics than the material intentions of the producer and the material needs of a society. In effect, techne was conceived holistically, in the sense that we today describe an ecosystem. Skills, devices, and raw materials were interlinked in varying degrees with the rational, ethical, and institutional ensemble that underpins a society. Insofar as techne was concerned, all were regarded as an integrated whole. Today, if such extra-technical aspects like rationality, ethics, and social institutions seem barren and more inorganic by comparison with those of earlier times, it is because technology, in the modern sense of the term, is more inorganic, and not because modern techniques now determines the supra-technical, but rather because society has devolved toward the inorganic in terms of its own social tissue and structural forms. For the present, we need a clearer image of what is meant by technics, the problems of sensibility it raises, the functions it performs, and, of course, the dangers and promises latent in technical innovation. To confine the discussion merely to advances in skills, implements, and the discovery of raw materials is to commit ourselves to a very shallow account of all these issues, without examining the changes in society that variously opened or closed it to technical innovation. We would have great trouble explaining why a vast body of newly discovered technical knowledge failed to influence one body of social relations, yet seemingly determined their form elsewhere or at another time. To say that one society was ready for the compass, movable type, or the steam engine, while another was not, blatantly ignores the question of the relationship of society to technology. In the following chapter, I shall show more thoroughly that it is neither technical change nor Marx's production relations that changed society, but rather an immanent dialectic within given societies themselves, where organized coercion was not directly involved. Let me explain my exploration of techniques and the contrasting images that shape its form and destiny by examining the ideologies that exist around labor, that most human of all technical categories. Short of sexuality, no subject has been more intractable to reasonably unprejudiced analysis and more encrusted by highly embattled ideologies. Labor, perhaps even more than any single human activity, underpins contemporary relationships among people on every level of experience, whether in terms of the rewards it brings, the privileges it confers, the discipline it demands, the repressions it produces, or the social conflicts it generates. To critically examine these encrustations in their most sophisticated ideological form, notably Marx's remarkable analysis of labour, is perhaps the most authentic point of departure for approaching the subject. Here, in contrast to the procedure I have honoured so far, the past does not illuminate the present nearly as much as the present illuminates the past, and gives it often startling relevance to the future. Owing to our weighty emphasis on the domination of nature, our economization of social life, our proclivities for technical innovation, and our image of labour as homogeneous labour time, modern society may be more acutely conscious of itself as a world based on labour than any society before it. Hence, we may occasionally look back, but only to penetrate the mists that obscure our vision. To the modern mind, labour is viewed as a rarefied, abstract activity, a process extrinsic to human notions of genuine self-actualization. One usually goes to work, the way a condemned person goes to a place of confinement. The workplace is little more than a penal institution in which mere existence must pay a penalty in the form of mindless labour. Expressions like a 9-to-5 job are highly revealing. They tell us that work, labour, or toil, today one can use any of these words as equivalents, is external to real life, whatever that may mean. We measure labour in hours, products, and efficiency, but rarely do we understand it as a concrete human activity. Aside from the earnings it generates, labour is normally alien to human fulfillment. It can be described in terms of that new suprahuman world of energetics, be it psychic, social, cosmic, or even ecological, if the systems theorists are correct, that is comprehensible in the form of the rewards one acquires by submitting to a work discipline. By definition, these rewards are viewed as incentives for submission, rather than for the freedom that should accompany creativity and self-fulfillment. We commonly are paid for supinely working on our knees, not for heroically standing on our feet. Even Marx, who articulated the abstract character of labour, tends to mystify it as a precondition for freedom, rather than submission. Ironically, by tinting labour with humanistic metaphors that it no longer possesses. Capital has a famous comparison between the unconscious activity of the animal and the conscious activity of human beings. Here, Marx opposes the worker, quote, to nature as one of her own forces, setting in motion arms and legs, head and hands, the natural forces of his body in order to appropriate nature's productions in a form adapted to his own wants. By thus acting on the external world and changing it, he at the same time changes his own nature. End quote. Marx then adduces the illustration of the spider and the bee, which can put to shame many a weaver and architect, but he notes that, quote, what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of B's is this, that the architect raises his structure in imagination before he erects it in reality. At the end of every labour process, we get a result that already existed in the imagination of the labourer at its commencement. He not only effects a change in the form of the material on which he works, but he also realizes a purpose of his own that gives the law to his modus operandi, and to which he must subordinate his will." End quote. The apparent innocence of this description is highly deceptive. It is riddled by ideology, an ideology that is all the more deceptive because Marx himself is unaware of the trap into which he has fallen. The trap lies precisely in the abstraction that Marx imparts to the labour process, its ahistorical autonomy and character as a strictly technical process. From the outset, one may reasonably ask whether it is meaningful any longer to say that at the commencement of every labour process, the labourer is permitted to have an imagination, much less to bring it to bear on the production of use values. Even the process of design by today's architects and other professionals has become a stereotyped process of rational techniques. Moreover, mindless labour is not merely a result of mechanization, as I shall reveal. It is the calculated and deliberate product of subordination and control. Finally, is it correct to believe that a multitude of spontaneous creations of human labour, from cathedrals to shoes, were often guided more by cerebral designs than by aesthetic, often undefinable impulses, in which art was conjoined with craft? As I also shall note, the vocabulary of technics is a good deal more than cerebral. Marx's largely technical interpretation of labour clearly reveals itself when he describes the interaction between labour and its materials with the most organic metaphors at his command. Quote, "Iron rusts and wood rots. Yarn with which we neither weave nor knit is wasted. Living labour must seize upon these things and rouse them from their death sleep, change them from mere possible use values into real and effective ones. Bathed in the fire of labour, they are appropriated as part and parcel of labour's organism, and, as it were, made alive for the performance of their functions in the process as elementary constituents of new use values, of new products, ever ready as means of subsistence for individual consumption, or as a means of production for some new labour process." End quote. The terms I have emphasized in this passage reveal the extent to which Marx's own imagination is completely tainted by Promethean, often crassly bourgeois, design images that seemingly prefigure the use values he seeks to liberate from the death sleep of nature. Like the island of the lotus eaters in the Odyssey, the dreamlike world of nature is presumably a wasted one until a Homeric hero, empowered by a Fichtean ego, fires nature from within itself into the non-ego or otherness of a challenging antagonist. Hence, despite Marx's fervent references to William Petty's concept of a marriage between nature and labour, there is no authentic marriage other than a coercive patriarchy that sees the wedding compact as a license from Yahweh to place all of reality under the iron will of the male elders. The concepts reared by the human imagination in productive activity, as distinguished from the indistinctive drives of the spider and bee, are never socially neutral, nor can they ever be cast in strictly technical terms. From the very outset of the design process, the technical imagination is potentially problematical in even the best of social circumstances. To leave it unquestioned is to ignore the most fundamental problems of humanity's interaction with nature. I say this not from any conviction that the mind is necessarily fixed by any innate neo-Kantian structures that define the imaginative process as such. Rather, I contend that the mind, and certainly the technical imagination, short of attaining the self-consciousness that Western philosophy has established as its most abiding ideal, remain highly vulnerable not only to society's ongoing barrage of cultural stimuli, but also to the very imagery that forms the language of the imagination itself. To Marx, both the labour process and the cerebral design that guides it are essentially utilitarian. They have an irreducible technical ground, a modus operandi, that acquires the neutrality and rigour of scientific lawfulness, while their effectiveness may be enhanced or diminished by history. The design and the labour processes that are executed are to him ultimately a physical interaction. Indeed, without such an underlying, socially neutral interaction, Marx's theory of historical materialism, with its deus ex machina, called the means of production, would be as meaningless in Marxian social theory as Hegel's ruthless teleological system would be without the Hegelian notion of spirit. Both systems must be moved by something that is not itself bogged down in the contingent. Hence, the design process and the labour process are necessarily equipped with a supra-historical refuge from which they can preside over history, and into which Marx retreats from time to time with all the second thoughts that riddle so much of his theoretical corpus. That Marx and many of his Victorian contemporaries disparaged nature idolatry in extremely harsh terms is not accidental. The Romantic movement of the 19th century echoed a much broader and ancient sensibility. The view that production should be a symbiotic, not an antagonistic, process. Although the movement was primarily aesthetic, it combined with anarchist theories of mutualism, notably Kropotkin's extraordinarily prescient writings, to ferret out a much broader natural design, a marriage between labour and nature that was conceived not as a patriarchal domination of man over nature, but as a productive relationship between a harmony, fertility, and creativity. Libertarian and aesthetic movements in the 19th century were still heir to the image of a fecund interaction between humanity's craft and nature's potentialities. But labour was not seen as fire, or industry as a furnace. The imagery of these movements was drastically different. Labour was viewed as a midwife, and tools as the aids in delivering nature's offspring, use values. Such a view implied that the very imagination in which the architect raises his structure is socially and ethically derivative. Perceived reality involves an epistemology of domination, or liberation, that cannot be reduced to technical grounds alone. Hence the design images of production, the very figures reared in the minds of engineers, architects, artisans, or labourers, are not socially or ethically neutral. There is no irreducible technical ground form which to formulate a value-free theory of techniques and of labour. The images of labour as fire and of natural phenomena as enshrouded by a death sleep are formed from the visual reservoir of a highly domineering sensibility. The imagery of a modern technical design has its origins in the epistemologies of rule. It has been formed over a long period of time by a very specific way of knowing the world, both one another and nature, a way that finds its ultimate apotheosis in industrial agriculture, mass production, and bureaucracy. Implicit in virtually every contemporary image of labour is a unique image of matter, the material on which labour presumably exercises its fiery powers to transform the world. To the modern mind, matter essentially constitutes the fundament of an irreducible being, whether we choose to make it interchangeable with energy, particles, a mathematical principle, or simply a convenient functional premise. Whatever our choice, we see matter as the base level of substance, the substrate of reality. Indeed, once matter achieves specificity by virtue of its interactions, it ceases by definition to be matter and acquires the form of a something, a reducible particular. Conceived in this sense, matter completely accords with a quantitative interpretation of reality. It may be fragmented, but it remains undifferentiated. Hence, it can be weighed and counted, but without regard to any differences that vitiate its homogeneity for the purposes of enumeration. It may be kinetic, but it is not developmental. Hence, it poses no problems that demand qualitative interpretation. From a philosophical viewpoint, matter may interact internally, but it lacks immanence or self-formation. Thus, it has reality but lacks subjectivity. Matter in the modern mind is not merely dispiritized. It constitutes the very antithesis of spirit. Its objectivity is the source of contrast that illuminates our concept of subjectivity. The conventional definition of matter betrays this utterly spiritless conception in a generally despiritized world. It is the stuff that occupies space, the homogeneous material, whose presence can be quantitatively determined by its weight and volume. Our image of labour, in turn, is the despiritized counterpart of matter, located within the dimension of time. Perhaps no view expresses this metaphysical fugue of labour and matter more incisively than Marx's discussion of abstract labour in the opening portions of Capital. Here, abstract labour, measurable by the mere flow of time, becomes the polar conception of an abstract matter, measurable by its density and the volume of space it occupies. Descartes' res extensa, in effect, is complemented by Marx's res temporalis, a conceptual framework that shapes its analysis not only of value but of freedom, whose fundamental premise is the shortening of the working day. Indeed, there is as much Cartesian dualism in Marx's work as there is Hegelian dialectic. To follow Marx's discussion further, if we strip away the qualitative features of commodities, features which satisfy concrete human wants, then, quote, they have only one common property left, that of being products of labour. But even the product of labour itself has undergone a change in our hands. If we make abstraction from its use value, we make abstraction at the same time of the material elements and shapes that make the product a use value. We see in it no longer a table, a house, yarn, or any other useful things. Its existence as a material thing is put out of sight. Neither can it any longer be regarded as the product of the labour of the joiner, the mason, the spinner, or any other definite kind of productive labour. A use value, or useful article, has value only because human labour in the abstract has been embodied or materialized in it. How then is the magnitude of this value to be measured? Plainly, by the quantity of the value-creating substance, the labour contained in the article. The quantity of labour, however, is measured by its duration, and labour time, in its turn, finds its standard in weeks, days, and hours. End quote. Leaving aside their functions as part of the critique of political economy, these lines are a mouthful in terms of Marx's analytical procedure, his philosophical antecedents, and his ideological purposes. There is nothing plainly conclusive about Marx's results because he is neither analyzing a commodity nor strictly generalizing about it. Actually, he is idealizing it, possibly beyond the degree of ideality that every generalization requires to transcend its clinging welter of particulars. The degree of abstraction that Marx makes from a commodity's use value, from the material elements and shapes that turn the product into a use value, is so far-reaching in terms of what we know about the anthropology of use values, that this very theoretical process must itself be socially justified. In effect, Marx has removed the commodity from a much richer social context than he may have realized, given the scientistic prejudices of this time. Not only is he dealing with the commodity form of use values, but he also is dealing, unreflectively, with socially constituted and historically developed traditions and fact. More precisely, presuppositions about techniques, labour, nature, and needs that may very well render his analytical procedure and conclusions specious. We do not know whether we get to the essence of a commodity, of a use value produced for the purposes of exchange, if we divest it of its concrete attributes so that its existence as a material thing can really be put out of sight. Perhaps even more fundamental to a commodity are precisely those concrete attributes, its form as a use value, that provide the utopian dimension, the principle of hope, inherent within every desirable product of nature and techniques, its dimension of the marvelous, as André Breton might have put it. Herein may lie the ultimate contradiction within the commodity, the contradiction between its abstract nature as an exchange value and its fecundity as a use value in satisfying desire, from which the most basic historical contradictions of capitalism have been spawned. In any case, Marx's process of idealization yields a more far-reaching result than he could have anticipated clearly. Abstract labor can only produce abstract matter, matter that is totally divested of the material elements and shapes that make the product a use value. Neither Marx nor the political economists of his time were in any position to realize that abstract matter, like abstract labor, is a denial of the utopian features, indeed the sensuous attributes, of concrete matter and concrete labor. Hence, use value, as the materialization of desire and concrete labor, as the materialization of play, were excluded from the realm of economic discourse. They were left to the utopian imagination, particularly the anarchic realm of fantasy as typified by Fourier, for elaboration. Political economy had lost its artfulness. Its adepts became a body of worldly thinkers, whose world, in fact, was defined by the parameters of bourgeois ideology. For Marx, this development toward a disenchanting science, so-called, was theoretically and historically progressive. Adorno may have said more than he realized when he sardonically accused Marx of wanting to turn the whole world into a factory. For Marxian theory, the reduction of concrete labor into abstract labor is a historical as well as theoretical desideratum. Abstract labor may be a creature of capitalism, but like capitalism itself, it is a necessary moment in the dialectic of history. Not only is it a medium for rendering exchange ratios possible on an extensive scale, but from an even larger perspective, it becomes part of the technical substrate of freedom. By its very plasticity, abstract labor renders human activity interchangeable, the rotation of industrial tasks possible, and the use of machinery flexible. Its capacity to flow through the veins of industry as mere undifferentiated human energy renders the manipulation and reduction of the working day possible, and concurrently, the expansion of the realm of freedom at the expense of the realm of necessity. If Marx's communism was meant to be a society of artists, he was not prepared to recognize that the colors on their canvases might be limited to varying tints of grey. To compare the outlook of organic society to this ensemble of ideas is literally to enter a qualitatively different realm of imagery and a richly sensuous form of sensibility. Organic society's image of the world contrasts radically in almost every detail with Marxian, scientistic and frankly bourgeois notions of matter, labour, nature, and techniques. Indeed, with the very structure of the technical imagination, it brings to bear upon experience. To speak of organic society's outlook toward these issues, or even its sensibility, rarely does justice to the polymorphous sensitivity of its epistemological apparatus. As my discussion of animism has shown, this sensory apparatus elevated the inorganic to the organic, the non-living to the living. Even before nature was spiritized, it was personified. But not only was the natural object, living or not, a subject in its own right, so too were the tools that mediated the relationship between the workers and the material on which they worked. The labour process itself assumed the organic character of a unified activity in which work appeared as an element in a gestative process, literally an act of reproduction, of birth. To be more specific, the technical imagination of organic society, its very mode of conceptualization, far from being strictly utilitarian, exhibited an enchanted synthesis of creative activity. No subject and object were placed in opposition to each other, nor did a linear sequence of events follow one upon the other. Rather, the materials, work process, and transformed result became an organic whole, an ecotechnic synthesis, which more closely approximated a gestative, reproductive activity than the abstract exercise of human powers we denote as labour or work. Like a medium that encompassed both producer and materials, the labour process flowed between the two and annealed them into a common result in which neither the craftsperson nor the materials preempted the other. Labour time, much less abstract labour, would have been conceptually unformulatable. Time, like Bergson's durée, was physiological and could not be anchored in notions of linearity. Labour, now wedded to the specificity of its activity and the concreteness of its product, had no meaning beyond its concreteness as a sensuous activity. Hence, the vast world of phenomena, like land, which were priceless, to use our limping terminology, and beyond the equations of exchange. Accordingly, it would have been meaningless to use the word product in its modern sense when, instead of a result existing apart from craftsperson and material, organic society actually meant a new fusion of human and natural powers. Aristotle's notions of material cause, privation, and formal cause, actually a causal pattern that involves the participation of the material itself in an immanent striving to achieve its potentiality for a specific form, are redolent with the characteristics of this earlier organic epistemology of production. In effect, the labour process was not a form of production, but rather of reproduction, not an act of fabrication, but rather of procreation. How much this orientation toward the labour process permeated the sensuous outlook of pre-literate communities is fully revealed by the anthropological and mythological data. No less than agriculture, other productive activities, most notably metallurgy, which yields the most dramatic transformation of materials, were viewed as sacrosanct activities that involved a highly sexualized activity between the human workers and the feminine earth. As Mircea Eliade observes, quote, "Very early we are confronted with the notion that ores grow in the belly of the earth after the manner of embryos. Metallurgy thus takes on the characteristics of obstetrics. Miner and metalworker intervene in the unfolding of subterranean embryology. They accelerate the rhythm of the growth of ores. They collaborate in the work of nature and assist it to give birth more rapidly. In a word, man, with his various techniques, gradually takes the place of time. His labors replace the work of time." End quote. Eliade's emphasis on time here is grossly misplaced. In fact, as he notes himself, what is really at issue in this imagery of embryonic ores is a notion of matter that is held to be alive and sacred. In effect, matter is active. It strives to realize itself, its latent potentialities, through a nisus that finds fulfillment in wholeness. To use a more organic terminology, the self-realization of matter finds its very exact analogy in the processes of gestation and birth. To speak as Marx does of the worker's appropriation of, quote, nature's productions in a form adapted to his own wants, end quote, is to assume that there is no developmental synchronicity between human wants and natural wants. A sharp disjunction is thereby created between society, humanity, and needs on the one side, and nature, the non-human living world, and ecological ends on the other. By contrast, organic society contains the conceptual means for functionally distinguishing the differences between society and nature without polarizing them. Insofar as production is also reproduction, insofar as creation is also gestation, and the product is the child of this entire process, rather than an appropriated thing. A marriage does indeed exist between nature and humanity that does not dissolve the identity of the partners into a universal, ethereal oneness. Labor fully participates in this development by pursuing the transformation of matter, its perfection, and its transmutation, to use Eliade's formulation. It should be as if labor were a causal principle inherent in gestating matter, not a force external to it. Accordingly, labor is more than a midwife of nature's productions. It is one of nature's productions in its own right, and coterminous with nature's fecundity. If society flows out of nature with the result that it, like mind, has its own natural history, so labor flows out of nature and also has its own natural history. Accordingly, labor's destiny is irrevocably tied to the primordial vision of the earth as a living being. Non-human life labors together with humanity, just as bears are believed to cooperate with hunters. Hence, both are drawn into a magic sphere of cooperation that daily nourishes primordial mores of usufruct and complementarity. In organic society, it would seem that no one could fully possess a material bounty that had been bestowed as much as created. Thus, nature itself was the grand leveller that provided the compensatory rationale for adjusting the equality of unequals in the material world, like natural law and natural man were to be for adjusting the inequality of equals in the juridical and political worlds. A providing nature was one whose labour was manifestly expressed in the rich variety of phenomena that clothed the natural landscape. So strongly did this animistic sensibility fasten itself upon the human mind that as late as the 5th century BC, at the high tide of classical Hellenic philosophy, Anaxagoras could seriously reject the 4-element and atomic theories of nature on the ground that hair could not come from what is not hair, nor flesh from what is not flesh. In his theory of homeomeres, as Aristotle tells it, quote, Anaxagoras says the opposite to Empedocles' theory of 4 elements, for he calls the homeomeres elements, flesh and bone, and each of these things, and air and fire he calls mixtures of these and all other seeds. For each of these things is made of the invisible homeomeres, all heaped together. End quote. The homeomeres, in fact, comprise a philosophical sophistication of a more primordial view than the substance of the earth is the earth itself, with all its variegated minerals, flora, and fauna. Concrete labour thus confronted concrete substance, and labour merely participated in fashioning a reality that was either present or latent in natural phenomena. Both labour and the materials on which it worked were co-equally creative, innovative, and most assuredly artistic. The notion that labour appropriates nature in any way whatever, a notion intrinsic to both Locke's and Marx's conceptual framework, would have been utterly alien to the technical imagination of organic society, and inconsistent with its compensatory and distributive principles. So crucial was the co-equality of substance with labour in any understanding of this early technical imagination, that work was distinguished by its capacity to discover the voice of substance, not simply to fashion an inert natural resource into desired objects. Among the old Anvilic Eskimo, ivory carvers rarely tried to impose a pattern on nature, or their own personalities on matter, observes René Dubos. Holding the raw ivory in his hand, the craftsman, quote, turned it gently to his way and that way, whispering to it, "Who are you? Who hides in you?" The carver rarely set out consciously to shape a particular form. Instead of compelling the fragment of ivory to become a man, a child, a wolf, a seal, a baby walrus, or some other preconceived object, he tried subconsciously to discover the structural characteristics and patterns inherent in the material itself. He consciously let his hand be guided by the inner structure of the ivory as it revealed itself to the knife. The form of the human being or animal did not have to be created. It was there from the beginning and only had to be released." End quote. Work was thus revelation as well as realization, a synchronicity of subject and object. Only later was it to bifurcate into a tyranny of subject over object, initially by reducing human beings to objects themselves. Absorbed within the totality of organic society, the tool was part of the way of the craftsperson, not a frozen instrumental component of a vocational toolkit. The term way, universal to the language of all early communities, united ethos, ritual, sensibility, duty, and lifestyle with cosmogony, and with the substances that made up the world. To set one apart from the other was simply incomprehensible to the extraordinary sensibility of that remote era. Work, in turn, had an almost choral quality. It was incantative and evocative, and it soothed and coaxed the substance that the tool had organically conjoined with the craftsperson. Rarely to this day do pre-literate people work silently. They whisper, hum, sing, or quietly chant. They nurse and nurture the material by gently rocking and undulating their bodies, by stroking it as though it were a child. The imagery of the mother with a nursing child is perhaps more evocative of the true process of early crafthood than is the smith striking the glowing iron between hammer and anvil. Even later, at the village level, food cultivators were buoyed by choral songs and festivities. However arduous may have been their labour in sowing and harvesting grain. The work song, a genre that still lived a century ago in nearly all pre-industrial occupations, is the historic echo of the primal chant, itself a technics that elicited spirit from substance and inspirited the artisans and their tools. We know quite well that ores do not reproduce themselves in exhausted mines, that ivory does not conceal an animate being, and that animals do not obligingly respond to hunting ceremonies. But these fancies may serve to inculcate a human respect for nature and cause people to cherish its bounty as more than exploitable natural resources. Ceremony and myth may enhance that respect and foster a rich sensitivity for the artistic and functional integrity of a crafted object. Group ceremonies, in fact, deepen group solidarity and make a community more effective in the pursuit of its ends. But the modern mind is unlikely to believe that mythopoeic notions of hunting and crafting are solidly rooted in natural phenomena. Function should not be mistaken for fact, and however effective mythopoeic functions may be in achieving certain practical, often aesthetic ends, their success does not validate their claims to intrinsic truth. But experience has thoroughly deflated scientific images of matter as a merely passive substrate of reality, techniques as strictly technical, and abstract labour as a social desideratum. The fact that the natural world is orderly, at least on a scale that renders modern science and engineering possible, has long suggested the intellectually captivating possibility that there is a logic, a rationality, if you will, to reality that may well be latent with meaning. For some 3 centuries now, a scientific vision of reality has been solidly structured around the presupposition that we can interpret reality's orderliness in the form of a scientific logic, rigorously answerable to such rationally demanding systems as mathematics. But no assumption or even suggestion has been made that logic and reason inheres in the world itself. Science, in effect, has been permitted to live a lie. It has presupposed with astonishing success that nature is orderly, and that this order lends itself to rational interpretation by the human mind, but that reason is exclusively the subjective attribute of the human observer, not of the phenomena observed. Ultimately, science has lived this lie primarily to avoid the most unavoidable pitfalls of metaphysics, that an orderly world that is also rational may be regarded as a meaningful world. The term meaning, of course, is redolent with animism. It is suggestive of purpose, consciousness, intentionality, subjectivity. In short, the qualities we impart to humanity as distinguished from nature, not to humanity as an expression of nature, whose mind is deeply rooted in natural history. The logical consequences of the very logic of scientism threaten to subvert the distance science has carefully created between itself and the wealth of phenomena it subjects to its analytic strategies. Science, in effect, has become a temple built on the foundation of seemingly animistic and metaphysical ruins, without which it would sink into the watery morass of its own contradictions. Science's defense against this kind of critique is that order may imply a rational arrangement of phenomena that lends itself to rational comprehension, but that none of this implies subjectivity, the capacity to comprehend a rational arrangement. To all appearances, nature is mute, unthinking, and blind, however orderly it may be. Hence, it exhibits neither subjectivity nor rationality in the human sense of self-directive and self-expressive phenomena. It may be sufficiently orderly to be thinkable, but it does not think. Nevertheless, subjectivity, even in its human sense, is not a newly born result, a terminally given condition. Subjectivity can be traced back through a natural history of its own, to its most rudimentary forms as mere sensitivity in all animate beings, and, in the view of philosophers such as Diderot, in the very reactivity, sensibilité, of the inorganic world itself. Although the human mind may be the expression of subjectivity in its most complex and articulate form, it has been increasingly approximated in graded forms throughout the course of organic evolution in organisms that were able to deal on very active terms with highly demanding environments. What we today call mind, in all its human uniqueness, self-possession, and imaginative possibilities, is coterminous with a long evolution of mind. Subjectivity has not always been absent from the course of organic and inorganic development until the emergence of humanity. To the contrary, it has always been present in varying degrees throughout natural history, but as increasingly close approximations of the human mind as we know it today. To deny the existence of subjectivity in non-human nature is to deny that it can exist either in its given human form or in any form at all. Moreover, human subjectivity itself can be defined as the very history of natural subjectivity, not merely as its product, in much the same sense that Hegel defined philosophy as its own history. Every layer of the human brain, every phase in the evolution of the human nervous system, every organ, cell, and even mineral component of the human body speaks, as it were, from its given level of organization and in the graded subjectivity of its development, to the external habitat in organic evolution from whence it came, and to the internal habitat into which it has been integrated. The wisdom of the body, like the wisdom of the mind, speaks in a variety of languages. We may never adequately decipher these languages, but we know they exist in the varied pulsations of our bodies, in the beat of our hearts, in the radiant energy of our musculatures, in the electrical impulses emitted by our brains, and in the emotional responses generated by complexes of nerve and hormonal interactions. A veritable music of the spheres resonates within each living form and between it and other living forms. We are also haunted by the possibility that a different order of subjectivity permeates our own. This subjectivity inheres in the wholeness of phenomena and in their interrelationships. Is it far-fetched to ask whether an organic subjectivity that stems from the fullness, complexity, and self-regulating relationships of ecosystems exhibits a mentality in nature similar in principle to the cerebral subjectivity of human beings? When we speak of the wisdom of the body, or for that matter, the fecundity of life and the revenge of nature, we speak a language that often goes beyond strictly metaphorical terms. We enter into a realm of knowingness from which our strictly cerebral processes have deliberately exiled themselves. In any case, to bring together the natural history of mind with the history of natural mind is to raise a host of questions that can probably be answered only by presuppositions. Here we stand at a juncture in the long career of knowledge itself. We may choose to confine mentality strictly to the human cerebrum as a Galileo and Descartes would have done, in which case we have committed mentality completely to the vaults of our skulls. Or we may choose to include the natural history of mind and expand our vision of mind to include nature in its wholeness, a tradition that includes the era of philosophic speculation from the Hellenic to the early Renaissance. But let us not deceive ourselves that science has chosen its way on the basis of presuppositions that are stronger or more certain than those of other ways of knowing. Unless human mentality validates its claim to so-called superiority by acquiring a better sense of meaning than it has today, like it or not, we are little more than crickets in the field, chirping to one another. Certainly, our words have no sense of coherence and destiny other than a preening claim to so-called superiority that totally ignores our responsibilities to other human beings, to society, and to nature. Potentially, as Hans Jonas has beautifully put it, we may well make up in depth and insight what we lack in cosmic scope and the finality of achievement. But just as function must not be mistaken for fact, neither must potentiality be mistaken for actuality. The great bulk of humanity is not even remotely near an understanding of its potentialities, much less an intuitive grasp of the elements and forms of their realization. A humanity unfulfilled is not a humanity at all, except in the narrowest biosocial sense of the term. Indeed, in this condition, a humanity unfulfilled is more fearsome than any living being, for it has enough of that mentality called mere intelligence to assemble all the conditions for the destruction of life on the planet. Hence, it is not in the innocent metaphors, the magical techniques, the myths, and the ceremonies they generate, that the animistic imagination has earned the right to a more rational review than it has received up to now. Rather, it is its hints of a more complete logic, a logic possibly complementary to that of science, but certainly a more organic logic that render the animistic imagination invaluable to the modern mind. Anvilic Eskimos who believe that ivory conceals a vocal subject are in error, just as are Plains Indians if they believe that they can engage in a verbal dialogue with a horse. But both the Eskimo and Indian, by assuming subjectivity in the ivory and horse, establish contact with a truth about reality that mythic behavior obscures but does not negate. They correctly assume that there is a way about ivory and horses, which they must try to understand and to whose claims they must respond with insight and awareness. They assume that this way is an ensemble of qualitative features, indeed, as Pythagoras was to see, a form that every object uniquely possesses. Lastly, they assume that this form and their qualities comprise a way that exists in a larger constellation of interrelationships, one that a strictly cerebral mentalism commonly overlooks. Perhaps most essentially, the Anvilic Eskimo and Plains Indian place themselves in an order of phenomena, an organized, organic habitat that never merely falls together as an accumulation of objects, but always, perhaps even by definition, forms an organism, or an organic totality that derives from the nisus of matter. Whether God plays dice with the world or not, to use Einstein's pithy phrase, the world never hangs loose. This intuition is priceless, even when we consider the least of things. Ivory does have its grain, its internal structure and form. Good craftspeople must know where to carve and to shape, if they are to bring a material to the height of its aesthetic perfection. Any result that is less and less perfect than it could be is a violation of that grain, and an insult to its integrity. A horse, too, has its grain or its way, its prickly nerves, its need for attention, its capacity to fear, its delight in play. Behind its verbal muteness lies a wealth of sensibility that the rider must explore if the horse is to achieve its own capacity for perfection, if its potentialities are to be realized. Humanity's habitat is thus latent with phenomena that are, others that are becoming, and still others that will be. Our imagery of technics cannot evade the highly fluid nature of the world in which we live, and the highly fluid nature of humanity itself. The design imagination of our times must be capable of encompassing this flow, this dialectic, to use a grossly abused term, not to cut across it with wanton arrogance and dogmatic self-confidence, to subserve our already fragile environment only to what humanity alone can be, and definitely is not, is to immerse the world in a darkness that is largely of its own making, to taint the clarity that its own age-old evolution of wisdom has produced. We are still a curse on natural evolution, not its fulfillment. Until we become what we should be in the constellation of life, we would do well to live with a fear of what it can be. From order to reason to meaning. From the graded natural history of mind to the emergence of human mind. From the organic subjectivity of the whole to the cerebral subjectivity of some of its parts. From the mythic way to the knowledgeable way. All these developments, with their various presuppositions about knowledge and their insights into reality, do not negate the presuppositions and insights of conventional science. They simply question science's claims to universality. Greek thought, too, had its visions of knowledge and truth. Moira, the so-called goddess of destiny, who antedated the Olympian deities, combined necessity and right. She was the meaning that mere explanation lacked, the ethical point toward which a seemingly blind causality converged. There is nothing primitive or merely mythopoeic about this vision of causality. On the contrary, it may be too sophisticated and demanding for the mechanically oriented mind to comprehend. To put the issue quite directly, the how of things is inadequate unless it can be illuminated by the why. Events that lack the coherence of ethical meaning are merely random. They are alien not only to science, but also to nature. For even more than the proverbial vacuum, nature abhors the incoherence of disorganization, the lack of meaning that comes with disorder. And it is hardly demeaning for science, in reconsidering its metaphysical presuppositions, to make room for other metaphysical presuppositions that can illuminate areas of subjectivity to which a strictly scientistic outlook has proven to be blind. These remarks are no more than a guidepost to a larger project, a philosophy of nature, that can hope to resolve the issues I have raised. Taken together, however, their bearing on technology is immense. To be sure, the industrial machine seems to have taken off on its own without the driver, to rephrase Horkheimer. But this metaphor tends to be an excuse to impute too much autonomy to the machine. The driver is still there, even more than nature. We, who have created this machine, must be awakened from our own slumber before we fully developed the machine. We began to organize our sensibilities, relationships, values, and goals around a cosmic enterprise to mechanize the world. What we forgot in the process is that we, too, occupy the very world we sought to mechanize. Chapter 10. The Social Matrix of Technology. just as serious as the extent to which we have mechanized the world is the fact that we cannot distinguish what is social in our lives from what is technical. In our inability to distinguish the two, we are losing the ability to determine which is meant to subserve the other. Herein lies the core of our difficulties in controlling the machine. We lack a sense of the social matrix in which all techniques should be embedded, of the social meaning in which technology should be clothed. Instead, we encounter the Hellenic conception of techne in the form of a grotesque caricature of itself, a techne that is no longer governed by a sense of limit. Our own thoroughly market-generated conception of techne has become so limitless, so unbounded, and so broadly defined that we use its vocabulary, input, output, feedback ad nauseum, to explain our deepest interrelationships, which consequently are rendered shallow and trite. In its massive tendency to colonize the entire terrain of human experience, technics now raises the apocalyptic need to arrest its advance, to redefine its goals, to reorganize its forms, to rescale its dimensions. Above all, to reabsorb it back into organic forms of social life and organic forms of human subjectivity. The historic problem of techniques lies not in its size or scale, its softness or hardness, much less the productivity or efficiency that earned it the naive reverence of earlier generations. The problem lies in how we contain, that is, absorb, techniques within an emancipatory society. In itself, small is neither beautiful nor ugly, it is merely small. Some of the most dehumanizing and centralized social systems were fashioned out of very small technologies. But bureaucracies, monarchies, and military forces turned these systems into brutalizing cudgels to subdue humankind and later to try to subdue nature. To be sure, a large-scale techniques will foster the development of an oppressively large-scale society, but every warped society follows the dialectic of its own pathology of domination, irrespective of the scale of its techniques. It can organize the small into the repellent as surely as it can imprint an arrogant sneer on the faces of the elites who administer it. Terms like large, small, or intermediate, and hard, soft, or mellow are simply externals. The attributes of phenomena or things rather than their essentials. They may help us determine their dimensions and weights, but they do not explain the immanent qualities of techniques, particularly as they relate to society. Unfortunately, a preoccupation with technical size, scale, and even artistry deflects our attention away from the most significant problems of techniques, notably its ties with the ideals and social structures of freedom. The choice between a libertarian and an authoritarian techniques was posed by Fourier and Kropotkin generations ago, long before Mumford denatured the word libertarian into the more socially respectable and amorphous term democratic. But this choice is not peculiar to our times. It has a long, highly complex pedigree. The exquisitely designed pottery of a vanishing artisan world, the beautifully crafted furnishings, the colourful and subtly intricate patterns of textiles, the carefully wrought ornaments, the beautifully sculpted tools and weapons, all attest to a wealth of skills, to a care for product, to a desire for self-expression, and to a creative concern for detail and uniqueness that has faded almost completely from the productive activity of our day. Our admiration for these artisan works unconsciously extends into a sense of inferiority or loss of the artisan world in which they were formed. A world that is all the more impressive because we recognize the high degree of subjectivity expressed by the objects. We feel that identifiable human beings imprinted their personalities on these goods, that they possessed a highly attuned sensitivity to the materials they handled, the tools they used, and to the age-old artistic norms their culture established over countless generations. Ultimately, what arouses us emotionally is the fact that these objects attest to a fecund human spirit, a creative subjectivity that articulated its cultural heritage and its wealth in materials that might otherwise seem pedestrian and beyond artistic merit in our own society. Here, the surreal halo around everyday things, the reconquest of everyday life by a pulsating integration of hands, tools, mind, and materials, was actually achieved not merely as part of the metaphysical program of European intellectuals, but also by the common folk who lived that life. But in our preoccupation with the skill, care, and sensibilities of traditional artisans, we all too easily forget the nature of the culture that produced the craftsperson and the craft. Here, I refer not to its human scale, its sensitivity of values, and its humanistic thrust, but to the more solid facts of the social structure and its rich forms. That Eskimos crafted their equipment with considerable care, because they had a high sense of care for each other, is obvious enough, and that the animate quality of their crafts revealed an internal sense of animation and subjectivity need hardly be emphasized. But in the last analysis, all these desiderata flowed from the libertarian structure of the Eskimo community. Nor was this any less the case in the late Paleolithic and early Neolithic communities, or of organic society generally, whose artifacts still enchant us and whose traditions later formed the communal and aesthetic base of the high civilizations of antiquity. To the degree that its social traditions retain their vitality, even in a vestigial form, its skills, tools, and artifacts retain the all-important imprint of the artisan conceived as a self-creative being, a self-productive subject. Initially, a libertarian is distinguished from an authoritarian techniques by more than just the scale of production, the kind or size of implements, or even the way in which labor is organized, important as those may be. Perhaps the most crucial reason for what produces this distinction is the emergence of an institutional techniques, the priestly corporation, the slowly emerging bureaucracies that surround it, later, the monarchies and the military forces that preempt it. Indeed, the very belief systems that validate the entire hierarchical structure and provide the authoritarian core of an authoritarian techniques. Lavish material surpluses did not produce hierarchies and ruling classes. Rather, hierarchies and ruling classes produced lavish material surpluses. Mumford may be perfectly correct in observing that one of the earliest machines to appear in history was not an inanimate ensemble of technical components, but a highly animate mega-machine of massed human beings whose large-scale, coordinated labor reared the huge public works and mortuaries of early civilizations. But the growing religious and secular bureaucracies were even more technically authoritarian. Indeed, they were the earliest machines that eventually made the mega-machine possible, that mobilized it and directed its energies toward authoritarian ends. However, these bureaucracies' most signal achievement was not the coordination and rationalization of this newly developed human machine. It was the effectiveness with which they reduced their animate subjects, their vast armies of peasants and slaves, to utterly inanimate objects. The mega-machine could be disbanded as easily as it could be mobilized. Its human components lived out the greater part of their lives in the organic matrix of a village society. More important than the mega-machine was the extent to which institutional technologies objectified the labor it generated, and, above all, the laborers who formed it. Labor and the laborer suffered not merely under the whip of material exploitation, but even more under the whip of spiritual degradation. As I have already noted, early hierarchies and ruling classes staked out their claims to sovereignty not only by a process of elevation, but also by a process of debasement. The vast armies of corvée labor that dragged huge stone blocks along the banks of the Nile to build pyramids provided not an image just of an oppressed humanity, but of dehumanized beasts, ultimately of inanimate objects upon whom their foremen and rulers would exercise their sense of power. Their sweat formed the balm of rule, the stench from their bodies an incense to tyranny. Their corpses, a throne for mortal men to live by, the heady norms of deities. For the many to become less was to make the few become more. It is difficult for us to understand that political structures can be no less technical than tools and machines. In part, this difficulty arises because our minds have been imprinted by a dualistic metaphysics of structures and superstructures. To dissect social experience into the economic and political, technical and cultural, has become a matter of second nature that resists any melding of one with the other. But this tendency is also partly due to an opportunistic political prudence that is wary of confronting the stark realities of power in a period of social accommodation. Better and safer to deal with techniques as tools, machines, labor, and design than as coercive political institutions that organize the very implements, work, and imagination involved in the modern technical ensemble. Better to deal with how these means achieve certain destructive or constructive forms on a natural landscape than to explore the deformations they produce within subjectivity itself. A liberatory technology presupposes liberatory institutions, a liberatory sensibility requires a liberatory society. By the same token, artistic crafts are difficult to conceive without an artistically crafted society, and the inversion of tools is impossible without a radical inversion of all social and productive relationships. To speak of appropriate technologies, convivial tools, and voluntary simplicity without radically changing the political technologies, the media tools, and the bureaucratic complexities that have turned these concepts into elitist art forms, is to completely betray their revolutionary promise as a challenge to the existing social structure. What renders Buckminster Fuller's spaceship mentality and the design mentality of the How to Do It catalogs, periodicals, and impresarios of the appropriate technology movement particularly unsavory is their readiness to make so-called pragmatic compromises with the political technologies of governmental and quasi-governmental agencies that nourish the very technologies they profess to oppose. Once we grant that the term technics must also include political, managerial, and bureaucratic institutions, we are obliged to seek the non-technical spheres, the social spheres, that have resisted the technical control of social life. More precisely, how can the social sphere absorb the machines that foster the mechanization of society? I have already noted that the great majority of humankind often resisted technical development. Historically, Europeans stood almost alone in their willingness to accept and foster technical innovation uncritically. And even this proclivity occurred fairly late, with the emergence of modern capitalism. The historical puzzle of what renders some cultures more amenable to technical developments than others can only be resolved concretely by exploring various cultures internally and revealing, if possible, the nature of their development. The most important feature of technics in a pre-industrial societal complex is the extent to which it ordinarily is adaptive rather than innovative. Where a culture is rich in social structure, where it enjoys a wealth of human relationships, communal responsibilities, and a shared body of mutual concerns, it tends to elaborate a new technical ensemble rather than develop it. Controlled by the constraints of usufruct, complementarity, the irreducible minimum, and disaccumulation, early societies tended to elaborate techniques with considerable prudence and with a keen sensitivity for the extent to which it could be integrated into existing social institutions. Ordinarily, the ability of techniques to alter a societal structure significantly was the exception. Technical innovation occurred in response to major climatic changes or to violent invasions that often transformed the invader as much as the invaded. Even when the superstructure, so-called, of a society changed considerably or acquired a highly dynamic character, the structure of the society changed little or not at all. The riddle of the unchangeability of Asian societies, as Marx was to call it, is in fact the solution to the entire puzzle of the interaction of society with techniques. Where techniques, bureaucratic, priestly, and dynastic as well as tools, machines, and new forms of labour, encroached upon the social life of tribes and villages. The latter tended to bifurcate from the former and stolidly develop a life and dynamic of its own. The real powers of the Asian village to resist technical invasions or to assimilate them to their social forms lay not in a fixed, systematic division of labour, as Marx believed. Its powers of resistance lay in the intensity of Indian family life, in the high degree of care, mutualism, courtesy, and human amenities that villagers shared as cultural norms, in the rituals that surrounded personal and social life, in the profound sense of rootedness in a communal group, and in the deep sense of meaning that these cultural elaborations imparted to the community. It is surprising to learn how technical innovation left vast aspects of social life untouched and often contributed very little to an explanation of major historical developments. Despite the extraordinary technical ensemble it created, the Neolithic Revolution changed relatively little in the societies that fostered it or adopted its techniques. Within the same community, hunting coexisted with newly developed systems of horticulture up to the threshold of civilization, and often well into antiquity in many areas. Village settlements, often highly mobile in Central Europe, retained strong tribalistic features in the Near East. James Mellart's work on Saital Hayuk, a Neolithic city in central Turkey, presents a very sizable community of thousands, well equipped with a fairly sophisticated technology that apparently was distinguished for its matricentricity, its egalitarian character, and its pacific qualities. As recently as 350 AD, Indians of the Nazca culture in the coastal regions of Peru provided, quote, a general picture of a sedentary democratic people without marked class distinctions or authoritarianism, possibly without an established religion, end quote, observes J. Alden Mason. Unlike the nearby Moche culture of the same period, the Nazca culture exhibits, quote, less difference in the richness of poverty of the graves, and women seem to be on an equality with men in this respect. The apparent absence of great public works, of extensive engineering features, and of temple pyramids implies a lack of authoritarian leadership. Instead, the leisure time of the people seemed to have been spent in individual production, especially in the making of perfect, exquisite textiles and pottery vessels. End quote. By no means is it clear that such Neolithic techniques as pottery, weaving, metallurgy, food cultivation, and new means of transportation altered in any qualitative sense the values of usufruct, complementarity, and the irreducible minimum that prevailed in hunting-gathering societies. In many cases, they may have reinforced them. At a time when the words Neolithic Revolution are meant to convey sweeping societal changes that technical innovations are believed to have induced, it may be wise to restore some balance by emphasizing the continuity in values, outlook, and community responsibilities the new villages preserved and possibly enhanced. New World prehistory is a mine of data, provocative issues, and imaginative possibilities, so heavily biased by neo-Marxist interpretations that its cultures seem to be mere reactions to climatic and technical factors. Yet after we have categorized Indian communities according to inventories of their toolkits, so-called, and environmental surroundings, we are often surprised to find how markedly they resemble one another attitudinally in their basic cultural substance, even ceremonially. Among bands, tribes, chiefdoms, and states, we find an extraordinary commonality of outlook, basic human conventions, communal solidarity, and mutual care that tends to override the different economic activities as food gatherers, hunters, food cultivators, and the various combinations thereof. These similarities are strongest on the community level of the society, not its political or quasi-political summits. Technics, in a narrow instrumental meaning of the term, does not fully or even adequately account for the institutional differences between a fairly democratic federation, such as the Iroquois, and a highly despotic empire, such as the Inca. From a strictly instrumental viewpoint, the two structures were supported by almost identical toolkits. Both engaged in horticultural practices that were organized around primitive implements and wooden hoes. Their weaving and metalworking techniques were very similar. Their containers were equally functional. Like all New World societies, they both lacked large domestic animals for agricultural purposes, plows, wheeled vehicles, pottery wheels, mechanical spinning and weaving machines, a knowledge of smelting, bellows, and modestly advanced carpentry tools. In short, virtually all the techniques that mark the most significant advances of the Neolithic. When we look at the Iroquois and Inca toolkits, we seem closer to the late Paleolithic than to the high Neolithic. Nor do we find marked differences between them in their orientation towards sharing, communal aid, and internal solidarity. At the community level of social life, Iroquois and Inca populations were immensely similar and richly articulated in their social and cultural qualities. Yet, at the political level of social life, a democratic confederal structure of 5 woodland Indian tribes obviously differs decisively from a centralized, despotic structure of mountain Indian chiefdoms. The former, a highly libertarian confederation, was cemented by elected but recallable chiefs, in some cases chosen by women, popular assemblies, a consensual decision-making procedure in the united tribal councils in matters of war, the prevalence of matrilineal descent, and a considerable degree of personal freedom. The latter, a massively authoritarian state, was centered around the person of a deified emperor with theoretically unlimited power. It was marked by a far-flung bureaucratic infrastructure, by patrilineal descent, and by a totally subservient peasantry. Communal management of resources and produce among the Iroquois tribes occurred at the clan level. By contrast, Inca resources were largely state-owned, and much of the empire's produce was simply confiscation of food and textile materials, and a redistribution from central and local storehouses. The Iroquois worked together freely, more by inclination than by compulsion. The Inca peasantry provided corvée labor to a patently exploitative priesthood, and state apparatus under a nearly industrial system of management. Doubtless, climatic and geographic factors helped sculpt the structure developed by the two systems of association. A highly forested area would tend to yield looser political units than would fairly open geographic areas where visibility between communities was high. The variegated physiography of the Andes, from the lush Amazon Valley to the virtually barren Pacific slopes, would have placed a high premium on mobilized labor, a pooling of resources from different ecosystems, and a more secure and diversified redistribution of goods. But the very mountainous terrain that fostered decentralization among the Greek polis did not seem to inhibit centralization among the Inca, and the temperate forest land that fostered a hierarchical society in medieval Europe did not obstruct the superb elaboration of an egalitarian democracy in pre-Columbian America. Hindsight and a highly selective choice of toolkits may help us to describe how a band developed into a tribe into a chiefdom, and a chiefdom into a state. But they do not explain why these developments occurred. From time immemorial, hierarchies and classes have used shifts in emphasis to reverse social relations from systems of freedom to those of rule, without dropping a single term from the vocabulary of organic society. Ironically, this cunning on the part of the rulers indicates the extent to which the community valued its egalitarian and complementarian traditions. Quite apart from New World prehistory, a vast social development began much earlier in the Near East, from which it radiated outward over the entire Eurasian continent. The Neolithic revolution of the Old World was technically more dramatic and more ancient than that of the New. But technics, in a strictly instrumental sense, explains surprisingly little about the sweeping developments that carried society into semi-industrialized, indeed relatively mechanized, systems of agriculture, pottery, metallurgy, weaving, and above all, a highly coordinated system of mobilizing labor. None of the great empires of antiquity developed substantially beyond a late Neolithic or early Iron Age techniques. From a strictly instrumental viewpoint, their technical ensemble was notable for its smallness of scale. As Henry Hodges observes in his broad assessment of classical techniques, quote, "The ancient world under the domination of Rome had in fact reached a kind of climax in the technological field. By the end of the Roman period, many technologies had advanced as far as possible with the equipment then available. And for further progress to be made, a bigger or more complex plant was required. Despite the fact that the Romans were quite capable of indulging in gigantic undertakings, their technologies remained at the small equipment level. Thus, for example, if it was required to increase the output of iron, the number of furnaces was multiplied, but the furnaces themselves remained the same size. Whatever the cause, the idea of building a larger furnace and devising machinery to work it seems to have been beyond the Roman mind. As a result, the last few centuries of Roman domination produced very little that was technologically new. No new raw materials were discovered. No new processes invented. and one can indeed say that long before Rome fell, all technological innovation had ceased." End quote. But innovation there surely was, not in the instruments of production, but in the instruments of administration, in terms of its far-reaching bureaucracy, legal system, military forces, mobilization of labor, and centralization of power. The Roman Empire, at its peak, was the heir, if not the equal, of the authoritarian apparatus of preceding empires. Probably no imperial system in the Old World ever achieved the totalitarian attributes of Egypt or the brutality of Assyria. Corvée labor gave the Near East its public buildings, temples, mortuaries, megalithic sculptures and symbols, and its highly coordinated irrigation works. Egypt and Mesopotamia led the way by enlisting hundreds of thousands to raise the structures that still monumentalize their existence. But the early commandeering of labor by the Near Eastern despotisms established no distinction of class or status. Artisans as well as peasants, city folk as well as rural folk, wealthy as well as poor, scribes as well as laborers, even Egyptian priests as well as their congregations, all were subject to the labor demands of the state. Later, this so-called democracy of toil was to be honored in only the breach, until it gave way to a visibly onerous burden on the agrarian and urban poor. In regions with small farmers, it was difficult to establish totalitarian states. Where their position was weakened, or where large labor surpluses were readily available, centralized states were much more possible and often developed. Carthage and Rome cultivated the latifundia system, a plantation economy worked by a gang, largely slave labor. Sparta introduced a communistic warrior elite system in which each citizen at birth was given a small, state-owned landed competence, worked by serf-like helots that reverted to the polis after his death. In contrast, Athens and Hebrew Palestine developed a yeoman farming class that worked the land with family labor and often with 2 or 3 slaves. But apart from a few states that were based on the individual farmer, the authentic hallmark of early civilizations was an extensive system of mobilized labor, either partly or wholly devoted to food cultivation and monumental works. Where elaborate irrigation systems were necessary, the underclass of riverine societies indubitably gained greater material security from these totalitarian systems of labor organization and redistribution than they would have enjoyed on their own. Egyptian mortuary records celebrate the success with which the pharaohs alleviated local famines. But what the peasantry acquired in the form of buffers to nature's uncertainties, they may have more than lost in the onerous toil that was exacted from them for often frivolous monumental works. Nor can we be very sure, unlike archaeologists of a generation ago, that the highly centralized regimes of the Old World and New greatly enhanced the coordination and effectiveness of alluvial irrigation systems. A carefully tended network of trenches, canals, and pools had appeared in arid areas long before the high civilizations, so-called, of antiquity surfaced. That the hydraulic communities of the pre-dynastic world were sorely afflicted by conflicts over water and land rights was clearly a serious problem. but centralization often served merely to escalate the level of conflict to an even more destructive one between kingdoms and empires. From the New World to the Old, the stupendous elaboration of centralized states and the proliferation of courts, nobles, priesthoods, and military elites was supported by a highly parasitic institutional technology of domination, composed of armies, bureaucrats, tax farmers, juridical agencies, and a septic, often brutal belief system based on sacrifice and self-abnegation. Without this political technology, the mobilization of labor, the collection of vast material surpluses, and the deployment of a surprisingly simple toolkit for monumental technical tasks would have been inconceivable. Beyond the responsibility of massing huge numbers of human beings into regimented tasks, this system had three essential goals: to intensify the labor process, to abstract it, and to objectify it. A carefully planned effort was undertaken to piece work together so that the state could extract every bit of labor from the masses, reduce labor to undifferentiated labor time, and transmute human beings into mere instruments of production. Historically, this unholy trinity of intensification, abstraction, and objectification weighed more heavily on humanity as a malignant verdict of social development than did theology's myth of original sin. No revolution in tools and machines was needed to produce this affliction. It stemmed primarily from the elaboration of hierarchy into crystallized warrior elites, and from the genesis of an institutional techniques of administration, largely embodied in the state, particularly in the bureaucracy that managed the economy. Later, this techniques of administration was to acquire a highly industrial character and find its most striking expression in a modern factory system.